Hey, Addison, can you hear me over there? Can you hear me through the AV cart?
Yes, I can.
Thank you.
It's just I'm so emotional. I can't. No, but maybe the all the faces that I know got that same familiar look. I think I must have known them somewhere once before.
Nice to see you. Very comfortable.
We want you to have the right.
That's what you'll do.
To make great
Hit your
decisions.
screen and then once you're in there, you'll hit F5. I
was desperate before I got here, so she's trying to.
If you ever see really uncomfortable chairs, just give me the, that means we want you.
Nothing's back.
Subtle.
Folding. Cheers. I could make a joke, but I'm not.
No.
Let's do that.
But I think that should eat,
Fully.
but usually like starving, so today I was like, gonna eat. But what my options were.
I made fun of like bringing peanut butter and jelly to work today. I love peanut butter and jelly.
I think it was lean. I could give them the best noodles ever. And oh, yeah, but I just- Because I.
Two
You two go.
boys.
Please. You.
So we have two boys. AJ, like Scooby, and then Becky, and you just turned.
Like, my dog. When people are like, what happened? I'm like, Alex. And they're like, who's that? No, but you actually start.
When he's in trouble.
No, I'm just. Look,
Back again.
broke Becky.
Okay.
Alexander.
Stacy, how are we looking on your end of? Because your end looks way harder than our end, so I just want to make sure.
Good point. I like to make it work.
We are ready to roll here.
Right. Good afternoon, everybody. Good to see everybody. Beautiful day. Sorry we're in here. We got stuff to do. So how it goes. I'd like to call to order the work session for the fiscal council. Can I have the roll call, please?
Aronson, absent. Burley, absent for the moment. Held, absent for the moment. Malenko. Here. Inkin.
Here.
Mortensen.
Here.
Skrepsek, Adrian. Here.
Thank you so much. And I do know Jesse and Andy will be joining us hopefully around 4:30 soon. So first up this afternoon is the agenda item number 1. This is our capital plan update. Since here in his new role, leading the charge on that with Leslie back him up. So turn it over to you both. Thank you.
Well, I have the easy job, she. So, no, thank you. Really happy to be here. Mayor, to your point, in this new role, really excited. I think we got a new breath of fresh air for, capital projects. Getting a new structure in place for doing those and, just forging ahead to get stuff done successfully. So yeah, here we just got a nice capital plan update for you. We have a lot in there, would be putting it modestly. But yeah, it's going to be a busy fiscal year, number one, and a busy summer. As we all know, we got a short cycle to do, routine maintenance for our infrastructure and stuff like that. So you'll see town busy in that way. And then we have, the projects at the marina, Granite Park, Slopeside Hall, just important community projects, and the VIC as well. So just give you, how we're looking on all those fronts and everything we got going on. So I will kick it over here. All right, so our biggest, takeaways that we want to leave in this update, just high level overview, what projects we have on tap for the fiscal year 2023, recent updates, if there are any, what's the construction season for that look like, and then decision points and discussions, no possible go, no goes for stuff and for where we lie at this point in time. So here is a 5-year plan overview of our funds, and I will not begin to act like I'm the expert in this.
I'll just add that there are a lot of numbers on the screen, but I think what you really want to see, and this is a page out of our new 5-year capital improvement program document that was included in the budget and adopted by you all as a rough draft, and Addison's going to embrace this, and we'll continue to work on this going forward with some tweaks. But mostly what we want to look at is the revenue in here, the funding source, so the bottom left in blue where it says 65 million over 5 years. And then we split out which funds we have these planned projects in. Now you will notice that the expenses on there, I actually can't read it from here, but that number is bigger. But I do want to point out that we have fund balance projected at the end of 2022 of in excess of 20 million that will bridge that gap. And, this is just an estimate, as Addison can speak to, of the projects that we've included in the 5-year plan. Not all are guaranteed to happen, and they're not appropriated in the budget after 2023.
All right, good. There we go.
And so that, because I'm just the way, so 2020, where we had excess revenue in 2023, the capital, is that what you're saying, or would carry over from 22?
So if you look at the total differences in this
Yeah.
5-year, we need to add some funding from our beginning fund balance. Yeah, which had built up.
There we go.
We had, delayed some projects. We had done less during COVID. So we had built up a bit of a fund balance.
COVID, the gift that continually keeps on giving. Standpoint. But to Leslie's point, a lot of these, figures are preliminary at this point. In my discussions with Tom and the rest of the leadership team, it's, okay, here's our broad brush stroke at this. And, as time moves on, that's going to get funneled down to way more accurate numbers, So here we go, moving into our highlights for the fiscal year of 2023. And these are broken down by the fund that they come from. So here is the projects that are stemming from our capital fund. So we have the medians and roundabouts. Obviously, this was, just the piece that CDOT was not going to do during the GAP project. Okay, we'll give you the blank canvas, so to speak. You guys, color within the lines. So where that stands right now, that is in Jeff Goebel's court. And he's working with Norris Design on that. It is currently out to bid. In my discussions with him, lots of interested parties, some local, some non-local. We get the full gamut. We utilize BidNet as a solicitation source, but a lot of local interest, which is very nice. So we should be seeing proposals coming back in the next few weeks here. And there is a hope that this will have a midsummer/fall start. One item to note is since this is on CDOT's right of way, there was a request from CDOT that, hey, instead of the impact that we made with these long lane closures when we had to do our improvements, let's shorten them up a bit. So that's how the phasing plan has been done. So, in terms of the traffic control standpoint, it's just going to be smaller sections done at a time. So hopefully we won't get too much feedback, negative feedback, and more positive feedback from the community with that approach. So that's where we are with medians and roundabouts. Our walkability improvements, again, this was a gift from the GAP project. And I did try to overlay the plan from the GAP project with the previous couple years Google Earth imagery there. So on the north side of Highway 9, you can see, okay, there's the pedestrian tunnel. There's that connectivity between the county commons and now Recreation Way. It conveniently or inconveniently just ended right at Recreation Way. As we've all seen, there's just kind of an intersection that dumps people to nowhere. So, we would like to get that completed and do in-house prep work. Jeff has been kind enough to get Public Works involved with the prep for that, which should be relatively easy, straightforward for what we want to accomplish. Some intersection improvements from a pedestrian standpoint, and then just scratching around, clearing and grubbing, adding some material, and then getting some paving done, which we would outsource, obviously. So pretty straightforward, but it's a connection that absolutely needs to happen, because I think we can all agree as stewards to the community, you kind of feel bad when you go to these trouble points that you know of and you see people just, where do I go, with their arms up or looking at their phones. So, this is just one of those key components to at least check off the box there.
Yeah, before you jump, go ahead.
Yeah.
Is there, so on the other end of this, I'm super familiar with this area.
The death path.
A way to connect this end to the sidewalk on that, I guess that would be the north side.
So
County property, I presume, is the answer.
yes, the county property is all on the southern side of Highway 9. So the goal for this project is just to tie in our infrastructure, not,
We are still talking to the county.
Thank you, guys. That's all I'm asking. Yeah. And I haven't been there lately, but I'm presuming there's an iceberg under the highway because it hasn't been maintained. Does anyone know? At the pedestrian underpass?
no, it's regularly maintained.
Oh, sweet.
Yeah.
I hadn't seen it. I haven't been there this spring yet.
Yeah, no,
That's great to hear.
Chris and the grounds division, that is on one of their loops, and there was just some feedback. You know, hey, which we'll just do to here. And, you know, since we have more of that niche equipment, specialty equipment, our sidewalk machines, it's like kind of just makes more sense for us to hammer that out. So,
That's
you know,
awesome.
hopefully we can achieve something with the county soon, because it would be a nice improvement all around.
That's great. Thank you.
So here we have the info center remodel and expansion. So again, you know, this group has been part of the process, you know, in the history. Yes, it needs an improvement. We are looking at doing an expansion right now. We have MW Golden doing the pre-con as the CMGC. Hopefully getting that GMP number back in June. The way things are tracking right now, we just had our weekly OAC meeting today. Things are looking pretty good. Obviously, when you encounter any dated facility, you're just going to run into unknowns. So we're just hitting a couple of those from an infrastructure standpoint, which it's not crazy. It's just to be expected. So we're just working through some of those issues right now. Matt Stace and his team are the architect, as you know, and they're working with their engineers right now. So MW Golden should have a pretty good pricing set coming at them in the next 2 to 3 weeks. So we're continually seeing, you know, forward progression on that from a design standpoint. So I know myself and other town staff are really looking forward to, you know, where we get and how we have to tweak that, you know. So it's moving forward rapidly.
One,
Yeah, go ahead.
just because we hit this and I just happened to stumble into this information. I think it was in Vanessa's report. The bathroom usage is off the hook. So this is awesome. Thanks.
Yeah, no, it really is. Even, you know, we had to manually, I will give an incredible shout out to Adam from the buildings division, because he was very instrumental in getting down in the crawl space. You know, we tried to locate the sanitary sewer service line while the bathroom was in use. So it's, I mean, it was officially a dirty job.
Yeah.
So our neighborhood park improvements plan. Originally, you know, the plan identified our 4 main neighborhood parks, Walter Byron, Meadow Creek, Pioneer, and Old Town Hall. So the remodel and the VNC Park, you know, obviously to this group, it just makes sense to, hey, if you're going to impact one area, do it at the same time. So we're still on track there. Obviously, we are waiting a little bit because the design of the building needs to shape the design of the park and how the infrastructure all ties together. So we're still working through that. Walter Byron, that was budgeted for 2022. We did put it out to bid several times to no avail. Pivoting on that, we'll put that money to 2024 and just break it out into smaller projects, because each one is so niche that I think it's really hard for a GC to take that without attaching pretty large dollar value to it from what we saw in our bidding processes. So, yeah, we touched Meadow Creek too, and I would say, to give a little bit more depth on this in history, is COVID really threw a monkey wrench into the park improvements plan. So we're pivoting and we're making do, but we're kind of gonna have to jump back and forth. And that's kind of what you saw. We did a little bit of Walter Byron, and then we did a little bit of Meadow Creek, but I think everybody can agree Meadow Creek as a whole needs to be revisited. And the lighting and the safety and security put a big dent in the plan, but we still need to go back. So, we'll keep moving forward. And I know Susan did a great job in this, so she'll be instrumental in shaping this plan again. Another gift from CDOT, Triangle Park. We gained a ton of real estate during the GAT project when they took out that turn lane, which seemed to speed people up getting on the main street. So I'm happy it's gone. So I just have to giggle because it's so much safer there for all parties involved in that area. So the plan here is there is budgeted amounts for 2023 to go out to design. Susan is currently working, Susan and Emily, are currently working with Liz Schmidt from Schmidt Land Surveying to, get some good solid documentation, because there's a couple pieces of right of way that impact that area. CDOT's, ours, it's just kind of a funky little quirky area left over from the years that have gone by. So that'll be exciting. We would like to start implementing stuff in 25, but to get us through, Chris in the grounds division and, Jeff Goble are, hey, let's do some in-house improvements so it just doesn't look like this mass pile of dirt. So at least there will be something there. The last time I talked with Chris, they could probably hop on it beginning midsummer, as soon as they possibly can. With how this winter is going, it might snow into June, so you never know what's going to happen there. But it is nice that, Public Works will be able to show off some of the talent that they have there. And again, this is a great area for arts and culture. So, when it comes time, the Arts and Culture Council, included in that design process, because that would be very nice, to showcase, what the town's all about, since it's one of the entrances. So our Marina Park site work. Excuse me. So as we all know, the Big Dig just created our nice blank canvas that you can see up here. And, and then we completed the Frisco Landing building last year. So we have all these awesome improvements and just this one blank canvas. And this actually, you will see Columbine is showing up on Monday to do the water tap for the irrigation. So that is amazing to see. And then the following week, they are going to start mobilizing more equipment to start the grading process, and then they'll get the landscapers in the mix of things a little bit further down the road. So the path, there's going to be tons of new turf. It is going to relieve the beach of a lot of users, because that beach just gets hammered day after day, as anybody who's been down there, or Logan or any member of the Marina staff can attest that That beach is just crazy day in and day out. So providing this new gathering space is just going to relieve that, number one, and just be another amazing focal point right near the water's edge. And then we are doing the prep work in the future for a possible future stage pad or, gathering space there. So in this project, we're laying conduit so we can just pull wire for future power needs in that stage area. So again, we're starting next week, and Columbine is doing the work, which is great because they've spent almost every summer down there the past couple of summers. And they'll be the turf. The turf, I just want to say this, that the turf will be fenced off for a while, but if we're making the big investment into that turf, we want to see it established and succeed. So, any member of the community listening right now, we hear you. We want to use the space too, but just give us a little time and it'll pay off dividends in the long run. So you'll see that fencing for the turf get pulled before the 4th of July. Because we know the 4th, again, we want to get it super established before everybody's on there cooking and doing their thing, which will be super exciting because that's what we want to see anyway. Slopeside Hall, another awesome community need here. I think the last update I did specifically to this group for this project, Mayor Pro Tem Burley said, hey, this is something that absolutely contributes to our childcare needs. And just seeing the progression of this throughout all of its phases, it really is just going to be an amazing addition to an already cool aspect of the town. We have AD Miller on. Things have been working fantastic up to this point in time. They are going to be mobilizing on site on the 17th. So fencing is going to start going up there, probably with groundbreaking starting the following week. And what is also cool about that is the first subcontractor for AD Miller that's going to be on site is Helton Backhoe Services. So we have a long-standing local family getting work on a local project. So that's also another cool thing to see as well. I won't speak for Diane and Lindsay and, the rec team, but I cannot express how excited everybody is to really see this thing come to fruition. And it was based on a pretty solid plan and study. So this is going to check one of the most major boxes of that plan. And then it's just worth noting that computer needs are in the IT section. So we have our town hall dumpster enclosure. We have our on-call engineers, JR Engineering out of Centennial, working on this right now. I've just been exchanging correspondence with them about, hey, how much of the design can you do right now while we're kind of sitting waiting for the snow to melt and stuff like that. But we're tracking, and I would love to be able to get this thing wrapped this year, because I cannot imagine that it would be the most complex build in the world. And you're laughing, Mr.
I mean,
Baker.
it's only taken 4 years so far. So
I think it's been longer.
we did Main Street that.
That's it.
Not pointing fingers at any story, but complex.
I can tell you, it will be done.
Sounds awesome.
Be as long as step up, maybe. But a much needed improvement, adds to the recycling, complies with pay as you throw. Obviously to keep our unwanted neighbors, because I have definitely seen some pictures from our area that could rival this. So it's gonna get done, Mr. Mayor. I promise. So with our environmental and sustainability. Let's go to my notes here. You know, we have our possible projects, energy upgrades to town facilities. You know, we have aging facilities where when they were built, you know, sustainability was not at the forefront of thinking. So looking at the most cost-effective and energy-effective ways to do that, I think those work cohesively. Additional charging stations throughout town, renewable energy projects, excuse me, things like that. For 2023, there is the solar panel project at Public Works, which is fantastic because that is a flat roof that gets more sun than any building in town from the time I've spent up there. And, you know, this will probably need its own 5-year working plan just dedicated to sustainability. So more to come on that. So our fiber infrastructure, you know, especially in our mountain communities, obviously we are a little bit behind our Front Range friends because of obvious reasons, but you know, we're playing catch up and we're doing it. Thankfully, in staying in alignment with the Dig Once ordinance, when I was still the assistant director of Public Works, Jeff and I, you know, had an excavation permit come across our desk for a major boring that was going all the way from West Main all the way to 7th for the AT&T small cell sites. So to piggyback off of them, it's, hey, throw an extra conduit in the ground. Let's work on that. So we have some of the infrastructure in place with major pole boxes at 2nd Avenue and 5th Avenue. I am definitely not a fiber engineer or fiber infrastructure engineer, but with 2nd Avenue and 5th Avenue being our 2 biggest hubs to get to the south side of town, it just made the most sense to put those there when we want to, you know, start boring again and putting in that infrastructure. For 2023, we are going to do some connectivity for the marina and the PRA to just extend services amongst those areas. I was able to be on site with the contractor there and with Joe, our IT contractor, and Jeff Goebel. And, you know, they're just waiting for snow to melt. Number one, that's going to be a big deal for them. And then they'll start at the PRA because with all that's going on at the marina, it's like, hey, let's not add another thing in the mix right away. So they're gonna do PRA first and then pivot to the marina probably late June.
I will testify as the need for this because we on this slideshow, Addison and we had traded it back and forth and he had to download it to his computer. He couldn't use it off the network because it was too much.
And to just support you, right, talking to the events that have happened out there, they have a lot of trouble with their timing and right, the races, like it all is driven off of the internet. And they're like, this is great, but this doesn't help. So just a detail, is that all coming out of the commons?
So that is, it's not all coming out of the commons. What this achieves is getting those kind of outlier facilities connected back in. So for the marina, it is tying in the Lund House to Frisco Landing.
It's reliant on Comcast still.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, and no, when you look out at 2026, there's some additional funding for perhaps we could actually connect.
Is that I just said staring, that's at the Thor project that we're trying to get into, yeah.
Yeah, then we could have real.
Yeah.
Across the street, real speed. And then it's, it is one of those things where, yeah, we like to be connected. It helps for town staff needs, but eventually, we want to get this to the community. I think, it makes the most fiscal sense to assist the businesses on Main Street first, since I have heard that, hey, when town is super busy and it's crazy, sometimes our point of sale machines have a lot of trouble. So, and I'm sure some people at this table can attest to that. So, there is that eventual goal in mind with that infrastructure. We have our Complete Streets project. So in 2022, the council adopted the plan, and all sorts of upgrades that were recommended through the contractor. A lot of them, which will definitely make the town more, hey, get out of your car, use your wheels, use your feet, use your skateboard, whatever, just getting people in that multimodal transportation mindset. The Granite Street was the prime target for that. And for this year, there is the goal of a 30% design for Granite Street. But, and in doing that, it can put the town in a better place to look for possible funding sources for that. TDOT has its grants and a lot of other funding agencies and resources and stuff like that. And in this plan, there was low-hanging fruit, I quote, the low-hanging fruit to make improvements. So what you'll see probably relatively soon is some intersection realignments and improvements. So some intersections, 2 off the top of my head, that are now 2 ways are going to be 4 ways, and then others are just going to get swapped. So there's going to be some signboards going up, just, hey, traffic realignment coming, be on the lookout. We were going to do this a little earlier, Public Works was going to do this a little earlier. Probably a good thing to wait. We wanted to capture kind of the lowest visitor rate in town, because I think our visitors get a lot of driving cues from the possible local folks. Good and bad thing, but at least our local population will have a time to get acclimated to this. I think just the way those intersections are anyway, it'll be a very instinctual thing of, oh, wow, this just makes total sense. And then there'll just be some kind of creation of nodes with wine barrels and stuff like that to kind of narrow up those intersections. So you'll see that stuff being implemented late spring, early summer for sure.
And then the pedestrian stripes going in.
So what there is planning on doing is there is actually going to be 1 foot offsets. So while we don't have an established like shoulder or anything, this will narrow down the roadway, and hopefully, the goal in narrowing down any roadway is to manage speed. So we're hoping to lower those speeds on that front. When it comes to the pedestrian part of it, unfortunately, we're not quite there yet. We'll get there, but there's definitely I don't want to speak legalese where I don't know what I'm doing, but it's one of those things where being in compliance with the MUTCD and stuff like that, we don't want to jump the gun on something and say, hey, use this when it 100% isn't designed for that right now. So we're getting there. We're definitely getting there, but we're just not there yet.
I guess I have a quick question
Yeah, go
about like Granite and Third and that weird stop sign.
Mhm.
Is that part of,
Yes,
because even just the other day, I saw somebody drive to the right of the stop sign.
Oh, yeah.
And you can see the funniest stuff, but I was like, oh, Lord.
yeah, yeah.
Okay, anyway,
To the
sorry.
right of it, you don't.
The gap on the shows
Yeah,
every
right.
day, you see it, a turn lane.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah,
very-
it
Well,
Anyway.
same thing at the Motel 6 is you can see people get on the sidewalk in between the parking lot and the hotel.
Yep.
And but they did stop, so they're. Lazy said, they didn't run anybody over.
Yeah.
So it achieved its purpose. We have our town hall master plan. So we did have a preliminary meeting a while ago, but then we hit the pause button on that for a little bit. Matt Stace and his team are the contractor for this as well. We are looking to get back into this. And we'll have the appropriate members of the leadership team, who utilize this facility directly. That's where we'll get the best input and stuff like that. And then all the necessary parties that need to be involved. We'll be utilizing some outside services for that as well, just to help us steer the ship in the right direction, because this is a very important building to a lot of people, and with it being the town hall for Frisco, it is something where, hey, if we're going to invest a lot of dollars in this, we obviously want to do it right the first time, number one, and then number two, to make the community proud of it as well. So we're working on that, and in this year we will start laying the framework for budgeting for future projects, probably beginning in 25 or 26, I would say. Our public art plan. So there's a strategic plan in the works for the public art plan, and once that gets completed, more will be known about the funding that needs to get allocated, to the specific years. And then, what is prioritized in that as well by, that diverse groups that are going to engage in that process, to determine, hey, this should be here, this is good, but we're, I would say the info center is a great project to reference because we do, there is actually a public art wall getting installed in there. So it's pretty cool to, I think if we're talking low hanging fruit from some previous slides back, that's one of those places where, hey, low hanging fruit, we kind of have a blank canvas. This is probably a good spot, something like that. So our stormwater system, it is aging, but we do have budgeted, routine maintenance. You never know when you have to get Snowbridge or another company up here to cam it, inspect it, how bad is it really, and stuff like that. We'll get them flushed just to keep them moving along. Fortunately or unfortunately, just some of the facilities that have tied on to the stormwater system, we have a continual flow of water, so that actually does keep them kind of clean on the tail end, but they still need their routine maintenance. There is, I've been discussing it with Leslie, and then I put a bug in, Jeff and I put a bug in Thad's ear a while ago about it, but a possible stormwater fee or stormwater district, to just make it a little easier, because when those infrastructure projects need to happen, those are high dollar value, any way you shake it, especially with how much excavation costs anymore. So it is definitely one of those things where we town staff are looking at stuff like that to make it, more feasible to do these high dollar value projects. Our beloved parklets, They were definitely a staple for, the promenade. Even when we didn't have the promenade, you still saw them out on Main Street. They get so much usage. I'm very proud of them because I worked very closely with Gilly when she was here. We secured that Main Street revitalization grant from CDOT. So we had $50,000 that was received, to help build these. They are showing their age already, even though they're not that old. So this is just routine maintenance, making sure nobody's gonna seriously hurt themselves by tripping them when we made them up to the curb and stuff like that. So just routine maintenance and, based on a conversation that's coming up in the near future, we'll see where a lot of these go or don't go. So we're looking forward to that. Our technology purchases. So it's worth mentioning that our technology and equipment, there's a rotation of how it gets switched out. So just speaking to what I know, just being in public works for as long as I was, it's okay. Every 4 years you get your new computer. So it's just one of those things that's on a cycle. It's all budgeted for. There is a replacement schedule, sort of like our vehicles and equipment. And then again, beckoning back to our slope side hall slide, any IT needs for the new facility are captured in the 2023 budget. Our public works fuel system upgrade, this was rolled over through the budget amendment. It was anticipated to start last fall, but Kubat, who did the fuel system at the marina, who was super easy to work with. I managed that project, and it makes your life easier when you can trust a contractor and you don't have to babysit them all the time. And this is a much smaller scope of work. So just taking those underground storage tanks, moving them above ground, from an EPA standpoint, it just makes sense. It's much safer, way less liability for the town as a whole. So it's going to achieve that. And then for, Mike Nation and Fleet, the software upgrades that are going to come with that are going to make tracking so much better. So, we'll have way more accurate counts of how much fuel is used, serviceability of equipment and vehicles. And, that might even help to shape what the vehicle replacement schedule looks like too. So it's kind of a twofold, project. Or being a vehicle and equipment purchases. So these are done on an annual replacement schedule. It is worked out to the town's benefit that this replacement schedule was, it's kind of part of an institution now that for how long it's been involved, because at least Brad Thompson told me, hey, we're not driving around in trucks anymore where I can see the road. So, it really pays dividends to the town where we see a lot of return on our investment for vehicles. For 2023, obviously we're looking well into the future, looking greener. So we have hybrid and EV vehicles. Just currently at this time, everybody is kind of wanting that. I think, Mr. Mayor, you can attest the way to that. So those are just some of the hurdles that we're working through right now. In the interim, they excel. I forget the other party. They did a study, for what vehicles it makes sense to actually replace. So we actually have data points there. So that'll be really nice to see that come to fruition and actually getting the infrastructure planned out and installed. So once these vehicles make their way here, we're ready and they're ready to just get plugged in and we can go. our street management plan. That was adopted by council a few years ago with Nancy Carey. You know, that was built initially by Brad Thompson and then expanded upon by Jeff McHenry and now Landon Singleman. So always looking to keep our roads and roadway infrastructure intact as long as possible. This year for 2023, we have mill and overlay and slurry. It's going to be a heavy mill and overlay year, but we have Columbine doing the work. So again, another reputable, responsible contractor who's worked with us, and they know the score. They'll try to make it as least painful, as not as painful as it could be. And then for slurry, the town is in contract with A1 Chip Seal, who has done our slurry projects for the past couple of years. So again, we have those business relationships that are ongoing with those contractors.
What is it gonna look like to navigate town? He's gonna be like, you're navigating fiber, I will be on my boat, yeah. We're navigating, yeah, true. Great point. Everybody will look a little more sober.
I mean, it'll be a little crazy. Again, I think the connectivity and traveling through town a lot is going to be shaped by a conversation that is coming up about the problem. So I'm just saying, there's a lot of, dominoes that can fall.
And I think, Rick, to your point though, but when you think back to when we were at Main Street, like those impacts were way bigger than anything we're talking about on this front. I think that was really well managed, so probably not too concerned.
Well, and the benefit of mills and overlays is to maximize the mill time. They do milling as quick as they can, and that's a rolling process. So you have traffic control that is always advancing with the machinery, the men and the equipment, men and women in the equipment. So that's all going. And then paving, sometimes they have the pavers chasing. So, we'll see how Columbine wants to attack that logistically, but that's a big list. But I think with how rolling you can keep it, there shouldn't be too many traveling impacts to town. Obviously, we're not going to do major work around the 4th of July and stuff like that.
Skateboarders are gonna be pumped.
Yeah, I mean, I remember, I don't know who it was, but there's a picture of someone doing a handstand down Main Street. Yeah, there we go.
That was pretty amazing.
Dogtown days. Back to his Dogtown days. We have our building management plan. And our building management plan, that was again, around the same time Nancy Carey, our former town manager, had asked for, hey, let's get a streets asset plan. Let's do a buildings plan. So that was built by Keith Bilasali, former building supervisor. And it's just being added on to by Adam Newstead. So always changing. And it's, each new property that the town acquires, that gets thrown into here as well. So again, we're always looking to tailor and refine our plans. So to help us budget more accurately. So this is probably one that we'll see here in the next year or two, get really dialed in and focused to really lay a good foundational roadmap for how we invest in our facilities in the future. So moving on to the water fund and the water projects. We have our PFAS mitigation. Obviously, this stemmed from what was going on at well 7. And it'll just allow for that advanced treatment to mitigate, PFAS and the forever chemicals and stuff like that. And I know they're going through, Ryan and his team are, jump into this full speed, full attention. So they are going through that process right now and doing all the preliminary foundational groundwork for it and all that initial analysis. So that is moving along full steam ahead. Our water tank lining, I just want to note that we do not have a water tank like that still being used. But as to any piece of infrastructure with our water tanks or our water system, this is just a standard way to prolong your asset. So the tanks will get drained. They'll use up all the tank water. And then we'll rely on the system and other tanks, to facilitate water usage as, these projects go. But it just also makes sure that, with any of the products that tanks were built with in the past, none of that's getting into the water system and stuff like that. Water line replacement, this works hand in hand with the leak detection. So our leak detection services, that's a huge asset for the water department as a whole. We obviously, with how crucial water usage is getting in the West, we want to make sure we are responsibly using every drop of water that we can. So our leak detection is crucial. And, Ryan and his team, they heavily rely on that third-party source for that, number one. And then when stuff starts looking off with meter readings and billing, we obviously want to jump to make sure that we are not wasting any water. So the biggest one on this is Lagoon Townhomes. There is a water main that needs to be replaced in that area. So that is budgeted for this summer.
Add some of the water before we go to the house.
Yeah.
We know, I know we've talked about it on over the years, but the smart water meter rollout, we know where that stands. Updates on that.
Still in the process of, I don't want to speak too much to a program that I am not fully up to speed on.
Jeff's online.
Okay.
I can speak to the software part and
Yeah.
then we can ask Jeff to speak to the meter part. But on the software side, we have integrated the WaterSmart with Casell in our Express Bill Pay water system, water billing. So we do have where we're able to share information, so people will get their bill, they'll be able to click on it, they'll be able to compare their usage. It just won't be real time until we get the meter part implemented. But perhaps Jeff can chime in about the status of meters.
Yes, the radio read system, that's going to be the fixed base system, which is immediate information off any meter you want. We've got all the equipment at the shop. We're just waiting to get it installed in various locations. Some of it's already installed at the shop. We're waiting for the snow to melt to be able to install the rest of it up at the Peninsula tank. And then we've gotten pretty far along with replacing all the old Badger meters and other meters that are not compatible with this system. I would say we're probably sitting at 90% having meters in town that are compatible with this. So I'm hoping that if everything goes well, we'll have this entire system up and running by mid to end summer.
Thank you, Jeff. That's fantastic. Appreciate that.
Thanks, Jeff.
Yep.
So moving to our housing fund, we have another, pinnacle project for the town. We have Granite Park, a joint venture with CDOT to build our rental units. I think this is a great, I think we can all agree that this will put a pretty, I won't say dent, but, at least we're making an impact right away, a deliverable for 2024 that, okay, once this is done, we can help a lot of people that need the help for housing. So this is very exciting. 2-year construction period. There is a DOLA grant that was awarded for 1.5 million, so that is great. I was just on a call the other day with DOLA, so like some of their requirements that they have for other projects don't apply here, so it's from a construction standpoint and a construction management standpoint, for reporting, it makes stuff a lot easier on that front. So yeah, it is going to be great. We have MW Golden on that as the CMGC, and they have been awarded, their GMP contract as well. So we're working through that. They plan on putting fencing up on the 17th and with groundbreaking that same week or the fall. So we have a lot kicking off, that third and fourth week. April. The Galena Street project, the town purchased the workforce center, which was a great purchase. That lot is almost an acre, almost 3/4 of an acre. So there is a ton of potential there. And you'd have to correct me if I'm wrong, the town owns it, but we still have a tenant there, and that lease is up.
It is eventually, but we'll have to provide the potentially future space as well.
Okay.
The redevelopment.
Okay.
Doesn't really go away.
Okay. So we'll still be providing a space for them in the future, just in a new facility. So potential childcare, I mean, there's a lot of potential, again, to make another pretty big dent in the housing need. So again, we're all looking forward to creating a good, solid plan moving forward with a very valuable piece of property right in the heart of town. Our building management plan, this is for housing specific. And again, this is just something that is ongoing. We do have a building manager, that takes care of a lot of the rental agreements and stuff like that. But when it comes to ongoing repair and maintenance, to keep them up to the expectations of the community and town and stuff like that, that's where this building management plan comes in. Again, Leslie, correct me if I'm wrong, this would be another one where we'll probably look into getting a good roadmap set, so we can budget more accurately and forecast more of what the needs would be into the future.
Absolutely, especially as we add on additional units that are not restricted just to our town of Frisco employees.
So in our lodging tax fund, we have our PRA ball field restoration. This is kind of a boilerplate thing that the grounds division does to several different parks and areas in town with high activity turf areas. So this will just rehabilitate it and restore it in a manner that'll make it, nobody's going to go out there to have a good fun ball game and then break their ankle, in a little patch of grass. It's not great. So again, just one of those boilerplate needs for any of those facilities. Same thing with the turf restoration for historic park. This is unique too, because this area just sees a ton of activity during the summer through the historic park as a whole. And then with concerts in the park, that turf definitely needs some love and attention. So we can, again, prolong our asset and be as environmentally conscious as we can with irrigated turf. Our marina fund. So we have our boat ramp turnaround improvements. So I had brought this contract to council a little while ago. We have Columbine Hills installing a pump system that is going to take out that noxious water that floods the boat ramp turnaround area every year. So we are fixing a problem that was created during our phase one of the Big Dig. So I'm very excited to put this one to bed, so they say. The equipment purchases, you know, that's their rental fleet, fast usage. So again, they're on a replacement schedule, just like the vehicles and equipment out of the capital fund. Same methodology there, except they incorporate, you know, paddle sports in that as well, on a 3-year schedule. And all their stuff, rescue boats, skiffs, mooring anchor, winch boat, all their specialty equipment kind of follows the same pattern. Our delayed projects at this point in time are, excuse me, our Highway 9 sidewalk improvements. So this is also known as the Walmart path. So in doing this, we obviously want the Walmart path from that Walmart entrance down that would run south to Han Drive. And we also would like to do an improvement along the Boulder Wall area as well. So that those are now grouped together. And we actually, I submitted our preliminary TAP application to CDOT. They received it. So they're going to be reviewing it and vetting it. They do that with any TAP process. So we're hoping to hear back from them soon. You know, what part of our application needs possible bumping up or anything like that. But it's a very, very needed improvement, I think.
Maybe TAP stands for
Transportation Alternatives Program.
that one with the
And then, as I had mentioned earlier, you know, we did table our Walter Byron Park improvements since we did go out to solicitation a few times to, you know, either no success or, wow, that is a high dollar value number, let's reevaluate. So again, breaking apart that one project into several, we'll probably see more success on that. So we'll get those revisited. But Highway 9, if we are to be awarded a TAP grant, you know, we would like to see that obviously come to fruition and with construction to start, you know, in the spring of next year, as long as we're awarded it, because then we can go through all the administrative stuff during the winter, the fall and the winter, and just get everything buttoned up pretty quickly since we pretty much have fully developed plans. So that's good that we're pretty much shovel ready. Bless you. And again, Walter Byron, just want to touch on that. From a grant standpoint, we do have a $50,000 grant for the viewing deck for that aspect of the project. So one grant for sure, one hoping for a TAP grant. So at least they are delayed with some funding hopefully coming to them. And moving forward into the future, you know I'm in a new role with the town and we're forging into, you know, I would say better territory when it comes to our capital plan, capital projects, and reporting on those. So, you know, we are going to move forward with quarterly updates to the town council. And, you know, once we hit June, we'll have some nice, solid construction update coming, because again, we got a lot kicking off in April, and we'll have some really good details coming by June of where everything's at. So if we have any questions,
question?
I just want to say thanks
Yeah.
for
Yeah.
going through all of that. It's super awesome. Good details and super excited
Good.
for all the stuff that's you guys are working on.
That's work.
Yeah.
Happy, I mean, it's really the team that makes my life easy. So I appreciate that. And I want to thank the team because they make it all possible.
Mayor Lisbon, I think it's, when you look at the scope of what we're doing and what we have on our plates, like, we'd be happier that you're taking on this role. Thanks, Tom, for seeing that need and making the adjustments, because, you know, I think in the past, we were always one big project plus all the routine things, and it matured into a pretty crazy amount of things going on all over town. So I'm glad you're at the helm, keeping an eye on all of it. We're keeping our math solid so we know we can do what we're doing. And I think this group should be proud of, when you look at how many times Addison referenced per the plan, you know, per what we've worked on, per community feedback. And I think we're pretty proudly successfully accomplishing a lot of what we've promised to everybody and utilizing a lot of plans that we've done over the past few years instead of shelving them. So I think all teams should be pretty proud of all that's going on, and we'll try to do our best not to add too much more to that plate, because that's full. That's great.
Maybe not for 23.
23, well, yeah.
Let's have a future discussion.
Yeah, we'll take a little breather for a while.
It's, Addison, I just think it's nice just to reinforce, like, when we've shelved projects, pulling it off the shelf and having to redo it is super frustrating, right? So thanks for keeping an eye on getting going.
Again, you know, the team was very instrumental in doing all these plans, having them going. I'm in a fortunate spot where I, you know, in this new role, I could hop in and just assist. So it was nice that there was a lot of groundwork laid already. So it'll be nice in the future being, you know, part of those plans and just always shooting for success and responsible planning and success. So thank you.
Reading the walks. Never mind, don't answer that. You're still there. Okay, same as the old
In a
office.
different spot.
Oh, all right, I'll have to come find you.
It's still at the top of the stairs.
Okay. Great.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Do a little change over and head into 10 item number 2, the term sheet discussion. Change it, yeah.
Pretty high tech.
I can do that. Unless it's upside down.
No, you nailed it.
And then you know how to share. Do you need any?
I just need to find my, yeah, so where is it?
Where's
It's here.
I get to like. Down.
Can I see it? Is the question.
That's where. Oh, okay.
That's where it is.
You as a guest.
Where did I get in? What did this? It's all over that.
You know, no.
Maybe he's going. Race.
I got your new hat. Yeah, pictures and everything.
What's that?
Your pictures and everything.
I have pictures and everything. In your beer, I know. Sorry. I just. Yeah, screen.
I'm proud of you. Like,
Not yet. Let's change mine.
Yeah, it might be.
It might actually.
Wouldn't be nice to them anymore, Andy.
We got thick skin.
You good to go?
I am.
Yeah. We're all here, so we'll get rolling with agenda item number 2, and this is the term sheet discussion for the affordable housing projects on 101 West Main Street and 602 Galena Street.
Great, and I'll get this started. Thad and Tom played a heavy part in rolling the discussions as well. So as I go through it, if I gloss over anything, feel free to jump in and correct me or update or add information. So this is a interesting development proposal that's really started to develop over the last few months. NHP first met with town staff back in June of 2022. There was no specific project discussion or anything at that point in time. They, as a LIHTC developer, though, I think they had an interest in the town of Frisco, and they noted that our density bonus proposal and provisions would not actually allow for a LIHTC project because of some very specific requirements in the LIHTC occupancy as it relates, and our density bonus requires local work, local employment for that. So we started off based on that, on NHP's request to work on a code amendment to incorporate LIHTC provisions into the density bonus provisions in the code. That project stalled out a little bit in September of 2022 because we had some challenges with another component we were looking at, which was uncapped AMI and appreciation. And so that did stall. In December of 2022, NHP contacted staff again, and this time to talk about a specific development. So we did meet with them. NHP is under contract to purchase 101 West Main, which is the West Main Professional Building. It's got a lot of unique names for that building, but it's officially the West Main Professional Building. The town also owns professional. Yeah. The town owns 602 Galena Street, which is the Colorado Workforce Center. So over the course of the past few months, the town staff and NHP have been working together to come up with parameters for an agreement on how to jointly develop these properties. So 101 West Main, again, this building here. This is located at the corner of West Main and Creekside. It's just over 8/10 of an acre. Current development there is a 16,000 square foot office building, which is primarily a number of small offices and a little bit of underground parking. This is in a mixed use zone district. So right now it's actually non-conforming with our zoning requirements because there is no residential use. Mixed use zone district requires a minimum of 20% commercial and 20% residential with whatever ratio that works out to. This as a 40-plus-year-old building at this location, certainly there's opportunity for redevelopment that would be more consistent with our current community plan and as well as our future plans for this area. So with this and the NHP development, I'm going to give caveat, this is very conceptual at this point in time. There's this final programming may shift as we're working through development agreements. But the current proposal for this property would be for up to 49 residential units consisting of studios, 1 and 2 bedroom units. All residential units will be meet affordable housing affordability requirements, which means at least depending on what your source is, it means either under 120% AMI if you're looking at some state funding requirements. It means less than an average of 60% AMI if you're looking at LIHTC. And if you're looking at our density bonus, it means less than 100% average AMI. This meets all 3 of those. And it does have at least a series of different unit types that will be further defined as we move forward. As mentioned, since this is a mixed use zone district, there is a commercial requirement per code. And at minimum 20%. That 20% means for every 40,000 square feet of residential, for example, there would have to be 10,000 square feet of commercial space for that. 602 Galena. So just in the capital projects update, you just heard a little bit about this. The town worked with the State of Colorado Division of Labor and Employment to purchase this property throughout the course of 2022, completing that purchase in October 2022. This is just 0.72 acre parcel and is currently the site of a 4,100 square foot office building that was built in 1984. Again, perfect opportunity for redevelopment. The Workforce Center has been there since that entire time, so almost for 40 years now. Under the term of our agreement with CDLE, we are mandated to provide office space for them before, during, and after construction. So right now, we are leasing the space back to CDLE. During construction, we are obligated to find a space for them to operate out of. And after construction, we will be providing them space in this new building on this property. This is zoned central core, but there is not a commercial use requirement. So any commercial use or non-residential use on this property is because of a development agreement that we have with the state of Colorado and that original purchase agreement with them. So again, the proposed and not final, but the potential development plan for this property would be 45 residential units, again, all meeting that LIHTC requirement as well as other affordability requirements. There will be approximately 2,000 square feet of commercial space for the CDLE offices. And then because we are looking at this as a workforce housing site, the Workforce Center is there. There's parks nearby, it's downtown. We also have been thinking this might be an ideal spot for a potential daycare center. So we are including that as another 3,000 square feet as potential for a daycare center on this property. I would be remiss in pointing out this, Summit County assisted us in the purchase of this property. They provided $1.5 million to the purchase. And with that, they had a couple of strings attached related to the development schedule on this. So we're working through that and any agreement that we have with the third party would have to make sure that we're following those timelines as well. So what you have in your packet this evening is a term sheet that our attorney and counsel have developed as well along in partnership with NHP. And there's a number of terms in there. So first of all, as it relates to 602 Galena, the town will grant a 65-year ground lease to NHP at the time of construction contract in exchange for development. So I'll just go through this whole thing. 101 West Main, the town will be granting and funding $2.5 million to the purchase of that property from the housing fund to assist in that purchase. It will be secured by a promissory note that has specific payback terms over time. And then on both properties, the town's standard affordability covenant will be required or will be recorded, which will go into effect at the conclusion of the LIHTC term. If you're not, LIHTC is a little bit of a confusing program, but basically what it is at the conclusion of that term, any affordability requirements go away. So because we are putting town funds and housing funds into this, we want to ensure that these will remain workforce housing in perpetuity. The developer under this term sheet will be responsible for securing all funds, financing, development approvals, permitting, construction, and then management of the projects after construction. The town at this point, other than the $2.5 million and the ground lease, has no other obligations or identified requirements on that. The town will support any provide non-financial support for grants and other applications, whether it's for DOLA funds or whatever other funding mechanisms that the applicant may be pursuing. And then we also have the right to examine project financials, again, to make sure that the terms of our agreement are being met. One other thing that we've noted as we're going through this process is that it may be beneficial to develop and create a Frisco Housing Authority. And that provides additional opportunity for the town to participate in some of these deals. All right, so the next step. So tonight, you don't have to make any decisions. The purpose of tonight's meeting is to just gather feedback from town council on what this proposed development is, the provisions of the term sheet, and then provide direction to town staff. Right now, pending council's discussion tonight, we are hoping to incorporate any of your feedback and come back with a draft ordinance and a development agreement for the April 11th council meeting.
What would a Frisco Housing Authority look like?
It would look like the town council. The statute allows the council informing the authority to appoint itself as ex officio members. So essentially, council members are the commission as they come and go automatically. Is one option.
So
Doesn't have to be that way, could be up to 9 strangers.
Yeah.
But I doubt you'd want 9 strangers.
If it was set as the council as the only official members, then what we would, since this is going to be an entity that exists in order to provide other things than, like you're familiar with the Summit Combined Housing Authority, that kind of stuff, at least it's in its original concept. It really exists to provide sales tax exemptions as an example.
And to be able to participate with a developer in corporate entities in a way that the town cannot. That's the 2 big advantages.
So you might see it, if you informed it, you might see it on the future agenda as a meeting that you go out of your regular council meeting, come into meeting as the housing authority, meet as the housing authority, and
Kind of like the liquor authority.
yeah, exactly.
You know, just like the liquor authority, you just put on a different hat for minutes.
Third hat, the fourth hat.
But I do have a couple of things I'd sort of like to jump on. And there is the detail of the term sheet is in your packet. I hope you've had an opportunity to read it. I'm happy to answer any questions you have. I want to note that under the term sheet as it currently sits, the $2.5 million loan from the town to the developer, while it would be secured by a promissory note and there would be a repayment schedule, the repayment schedule would be such that the town could reasonably only expect to receive $500,000 back on that $2.5 million loan, and would ultimately likely be forgiving the remaining principal at the end of the day. So you call it a loan if you like, and we will be calling it a loan, but it will act at the end of the day, most likely, more like a $500,000 loan and a $2 million grant is the fiscal reality of it. The second thing, while the town cannot, in the context of the development agreement, say, we promise we're going to form an authority, we are already in the process of working on documents and talking with an attorney who specializes in the area, and we do anticipate bringing those documents back. What council needs to understand is that while it may not be able to agree to it, to take that future action, if it doesn't take that future action, the financial pro forma on the part of the developer is not going to work. The developer has counted on and needs the tax exemptions that would result from an authority's partial ownership of the project. So everyone should understand that.
So that's where the Frisco Housing Authority part rolls.
Correct.
That, can you speak more? That's on my list. What tax exemptions? Is it for construction material?
Yes,
That's the big one. Yeah.
that's the big sales tax and construction material. So that needs to be understood that the loan, kind of a loan, kind of not, kind of a grant, housing authority is needed. Finally, while the terms of the term sheet have been agreed upon in principle, there is one outstanding issue that has not been, and that is sitting out in subparagraph K. It's technical. What it concerns is negotiations between the parties as to the town's right or not to purchase the project, to have a right of first refusal on the project at the end of essentially the LIHTC syndication at a statutory rate, which would be a better deal than the market rate. There is an agreement on that point. There will be agreement on that point by the time we bring an agreement to you. The other thing that I don't want to build any unreasonable expectations about is whether and the extent to which we will have a development agreement at the April 11th meeting. We both parties, both NHP and the town, have engaged attorneys who specialize in these sort of deals. They are drafting. What I'm told, though, is that a 2-week timeline, 2 to 3 week timeline to get all of this documentation together is exceedingly optimistic, put it that way. So we may have a close to agreement for the April 11th meeting. It will ultimately have to be approved by 2 readings of an ordinance because it calls for the conveyance of property on the part of the town. State statute requires it. It is also possible that we could have an agreement that is still holding a few blanks at first reading that gets walked in that evening. Because the packet deadline, everyone will recall, is about 3 business days away. So I just want to build appropriate expectations. We are trying. It is our intention to bring back a development agreement as soon as reasonably possible. And with that, I'm happy to answer questions I think I've covered or didn't get covered otherwise. Thanks.
That on the Galena Street and our deal, our IGA with the county. I can't recall, it came up in the meeting we had the other day, something around a AMI mix within that IGA. Is that?
That is
met?
easily met.
Easily met.
Yeah, we're way under that. I think that was to be 130 average.
It was, and this goes back to HB
The House bill.
34. It was 40% for ownership, which this is not going to be, 20% for rental, and we'll be far below that.
Yeah, the more, to my mind at least, the more interesting aspect of our obligation to Summit County is the timelines that they put up in front of us that then we will have to incorporate into this development agreement. There's to be construction by a date certain and then occupancy by a date certain. And it's not short, but it's not real long either.
Yep.
So.
Yeah, I think the first timeline under that agreement, I believe, was actually that we'd be out for a development RFP for school or working on the entitlements. I did reach out to Summit County and said, okay, this is where we're at. They seem to understand that we are, at least with this process, moving forward. So they did not express concerns.
Then like it's a 30-year.
15 often re-syndicated for another 15 to be 30 ultimately.
Yeah, typically the state requires you to sign up for 30, the compliance, and then extend it compliance. So yeah, I would say 30 like that.
So that brings it, so if I understand LIHTC, these are gonna be rentals, right, that you guys are gonna own and manage at the end of the 30 years. And that just has to be your primary resident, because we can't put a work, live, but there is an AMI on there. So as long as you meet the AMI, you can live there. So when this leaves LIHTC and goes back into the town deed restriction, there's still rentals, presumably. At that point,
Well, the standard,
what happens then? Like, can you sell the building? Can you? I'm just like, what does that transition look like? Any of those things?
yeah, conceivably at that time, they could condominiumize the building and sell individual units subject, because our standard restriction anticipates either ownership or rental. In either case restricts you based on AMI. So it's conceivable at the end of the term, the project could be condominiumized, hadn't been already. Each unit would have the affordable housing, the standard affordable housing covenant underneath it, if and to the extent LIHTC went away.
But folks, I won't be here. I know. Gotta be. But if folks are living there, right, if someone was in a long-term situation and they were renting and they were living there and this all changed, and then they have to requalify through, presumably at that point, the Frisco Housing Authority for, I would think, a work, live, and an AMI covenant to stay in place.
Potentially, yes.
Potentially.
Just, I know it's
I mean, it assumes for purpose of discussion that we're gonna have the same covenants in place for 30 years, which I'm very dubious about, but
Yeah.
but yes. Yes, there would be although we don't have any reason. Well, yeah, you're right. There could be,
if they do
it's
sell
possible
the
there could be
building.
residents who qualify for rental that then don't qualify for rental or ownership on the switchover.
That's what
A 30% AMI gap, perhaps.
Okay.
It's hard to wrap my brain around 30 years from now. Besides like being old. and stuff.
Only no claw marks. Well, I'm sorry. I think maybe like 30 days now.
I just, like, it's hard to predict or envision what our community is gonna be like in 30 years. I mean, shoot, maybe in 10 years. I don't really know, but it's.
But we don't want to force, displacing people at that time because Light Tech turns over and then we're going to Frisco Housing Authority. And, somebody can't.
Yeah, I would suspect that, again, looking at our standard covenant, which is going to require that, well, if you go back to the IGA and the purchase agreement, it's maximum 120% rental. Most of these Light Tech, if you look at the program, they're going to be far below that. So most of these units will be below what the springing covenant, as that is termed it, will be on.
And here's how I would tell you that, yes, it's a potential problem. A bigger problem is not having something in place when Light Tech goes away. And I would tell you that the council 30 years from now can solve that problem with the stroke of their pen. And decide that in this context, going from Light Tech to this covenant is displacing too many people in your example. So we're gonna lower the AMI here to 70% on a standard form covenant.
And I'll point out too, our covenant is a maximum of, so you could earn less if you're still able to qualify someone.
Yeah, you don't have, but it does become the economic burden of doing so if you're not there, so.
I have a couple others. Through all the discussions at one point, I'm just gonna ask the question instead of going through the history of the conversations. Who owns 101? The ground.
NHP will own.
NHP will own the ground.
NHP will own the ground.
So the follow-up to that is when this reverts after 65 or 75 per the document back to the town,
a standard.
What does that look
form of
like?
ground We'll own it all.
And
The
we still
standard
own
form of ground lease says to the lessee, if and to the extent you build anything on this ground lease, you're only doing it for 65 years. And at the end of the period, when this lease goes away, the property comes back to us and all of the improvements on a standard ground lease. I did not know that.
It's crazy. So there's.
We will in fact still be the owners of section 2. At least the land.
5 years.
Look at that loan that we're giving,
Yeah.
but we're secretly calling it a grant in our heads. I mean, 65 years from now, it could turn back into.
Yeah, sure.
I'm just.
No, sure. And 65 years from now, 2.5 million is like what Don's position will make.
Maybe.
It's not very much money in 2 years.
Yeah. And a couple of things to look at this. If we look at these numbers, we're looking at roughly 94 units that could be created. And it's at the cost of $2.5 million for the grant loan. And
And
then
the 2.5 that we've got.
that we purchased, which was actually $1.1 million because 1.5 was from Summit
sorry.
County. So we're spending $3.5 million to get approximately 94 units or almost 100 units. Pretty decent return on our investment.
Sure.
On the bus route, on the bike path, in the course.
Oh, yeah, I'm not quite,
Yeah.
no, I wasn't like, I was just.
No, it's still pretty
Different way to look at it.
Yeah, totally.
It is, but it's, I'm sorry, but it's also just great to see this kind of being planned with an eye to the future. And that's why we're where we are now.
Yeah.
Because there wasn't that eye to this in the future. So,
Just a practical question, right? We're looking at replacing two 40-ish year old buildings. And this piece of this building comes back to us after 65 years, just.
Yeah, I mean,
Right. It will be our problem. It may be. Been built for current building codes or current environmental standards, whatever else. I mean, 65 years from now, they'll probably have building technology and building systems that we will have, can't even fathom at this point in time. Maybe worthwhile to redevelop it at that point. And that would be our right. Or somebody else's right in the future, right?
Other questions, concerns? Now's the.
That was like section K, right?
That's the right of first refusal.
Yeah.
kind of, but the ground lease is coming back one way or the other. The right of first refusal is a little separate.
It's prior to the end of the ground lease.
Yes.
I would love just to make sure that we're all, because this is, I think, as Lisa referenced, like, and we've all been talking about, like, this, the complexity and the impact this is going to have is huge in a really good way. Well, the complexity is going to be simply that, complex, but the impact for the town, all of our goals and everything else. And I think the decision we're making, both ends of Main Street will have, in my personal opinion, a phenomenal change based on this, but I think it's a big step. So if council's good, I'd love to do straw poll, non-binding, everybody good with keeping Tom and Thad and Don moving forward to bring us this agreement for the 11th. Everybody's good.
I'm good. I just wanted to ask the question as the AMI mix-up, makeup. Is there still discussion room? I still think the answer is yes. Yes, it is. With the, again, the caveat that for LIHTC finance, they have to meet, they have to be under 60% average. Yeah.
Is that a weighted average on size or not just?
Yeah. So, and you can see here, that is what they've done. I think the average of this proposed unit mix gets them to like 59%. It's that close.
Yeah, there's not a ton of movement.
Got it.
Anything else? Awesome. Yeah, I'm with you, Andy. Don, Dad, Tom, Neil, thank you.
Thank you.
See you on the 11th. And yeah, this is, I mean, this will be one of the biggest potential housing deals. It is the biggest housing deal this town we've ever done, and the impact will be phenomenal. So thank you. Looking forward to it.
We really appreciate, standing up for affordable housing, and it's been great working with Tom and Dad and, seem to be former community development here. But I'm looking forward to seeing groundbreaking in all of you.
Me too.
Got the gold shovel ready.
Oh, no. Then workforce housing, nice, ratty. Bring, yeah, be there with mine. Bring your own shovel to this groundbreaking. That's more appropriate, more fitting with who we are. Appreciate it. Next up for the work session is agenda item number 3, and this is our complete streets plan code revisions. All right, so you're welcome.
Just go chair.
The chair, okay. That's fair.
Okay, well, screen chair, ready back.
My pick.
Oh, here we go.
And I
Thank you.
never installed. But hey.
Your drive. Oh, I think, So coming down. No, you actually want to go back and do it. Okay. I'm not sure. I've been. We can join our. Yeah. Share. Yeah. If you go to. So what you're doing is just clicking where you here.
Those up for.
So there you go. Got it. You good? Yeah. Yeah. Are you changing that? Okay. Then I can get it. You're right, then I'm done. I think each time. And then there's like some of it.
And not all the main problem.
Back work.
Control. And what are complete.
You know, that AMI conversation is, I just. I have an employee who, her and her boyfriend are trying to buy this condo at Copper, and it's a deed restricted unit, it's 380 or something. And they make too much money at like. She makes like 27, 30 bucks an hour and he makes 22, and they are over, but they can barely make it. Like today when she's just in tears, she's like, I made too much money. And I was like, oh my God, like, how is that possible? And she was like, but when you break it down financially with like a mortgage, she was like, but we would be scraping to pay the mortgage. And anyways, I'm just expressing my frustration with that whole system. And I don't know, I don't have any answers. I just wanted to vent a little bit.
It's totally broken.
Because, it's just sad because, their combined income is too much. And it's so bizarre, anyway.
Yeah, still struggle.
Yeah, so I don't understand the way through it, but not yet anyway.
Right.
But I got just so upset for her because it's like, kind of damned if you do, damned if you don't. Like, okay, so I pay her a lot of money, but now it's ruining her life. It's just like,
Can one of them qualify on their own?
they tried that and I forget how that went, but yeah, they've applied 2 different ways and anyway, I'm just sharing that because you know how I've been like really on this AMI thing. Well, today it just broke my heart, and I'm like, it's my fault because I just pay you well. And
You should feel bad about that.
Well, it's a crazy catch-22 kind of thing. It's like you can't afford anything to be here if you're underneath that.
yeah,
And then you don't qualify because it's too high. It's like the state needs to catch up with AMI standards or something.
Or if we have
I
the
understand.
ability to add a little bit of flexibility in the AMI standards.
yes.
Does, if we have our own housing authority, can we then,
There's not flexibility with LIHTC. That's the problem. Within your own deed restrictions.
that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
You might have some ability to do something with that.
To where you say like somebody they're qualifying for 120% AMI house, but maybe they make between 120 and they make up to 130 or whatever, up to 140. Like if we had some flexibility, we could do something.
And we've also been talking to our congressman about figuring out if there's a way to provide flexibility, but with flexibility in federal law can come abuse as well, so.
Yeah. Anyway, I just wanted to share that.
But I think to your point, the conversations with Congressman Goose and both the senator, like I've been in those meetings, and if they convene a group to try to work on it with looking for representation, I definitely reach out to you because they realize the problem as well. So so we'll keep you.
Yeah, I appreciate that.
So.
It's cool because I feel like I see a large gamut of these things. Like I have homeless employees and then I have employees trying to buy a deed restrict, anyway. So yeah, that'd be cool. Keep me posted.
Talk streets.
Let's talk streets.
Let's talk
Sorry,
streets.
Susan. No, this is a little lighter. So maybe that's good for us. You guys, I know Addison spoke about it during his capital plan discussion. We adopted the Complete Streets Plan back in March of last year. There were a number of recommendations for the plan, and a lot of them had to do with modifying our code to make the implementation of the Complete Streets goals more achievable. So based on their recommendations, we have proposed some changes to Chapter 155, the minimum street design and access criteria, and Chapter 180, which is our land use regulations, development regulations. So I put a slide together, read and change. And we go through them quick because a lot of them are easy.
Perfect.
So, but you guys stop me if you have questions.
Yes, on number one.
Yes, on number one. Hunter says we can add it to the item. Number two, and again, this is our streets section, our streets chapter of town code. So we're adding all these definitions. These are the definitions that are in the adopted complete streets plan. We're just taking them into the code. Referencing the plan by area, so you know, hey, this is what we're working with. And then the more specific changes are going to be in this minimum street design and access criteria. This is kind of a sub document of our chapter 155. So this is where we really get into like the technical details about our street design criteria. So just incorporating it into the introduction by reference. Cleaning up some of the street classification language. Clarifying that Main Street access is prohibited, not just discouraged unless there is no alternative. And then adding the downtown street types to this plan. This is a table for the design speed guidance for our street types. So we're updating our existing street types. We're also adding in the downtown street types. We're adding clarifying language that the design speed and the posted speed are the same. And just a note is that this isn't actually changing the speed on any of our existing streets. This is just changing what we're designing for. Travel lane standards, just referencing the complete streets plan when people are designing streets in the downtown complete streets plan area. This is a little bit more detailed information on design vehicle to use when you're designing our streets. It also gives us a little bit more flexibility in these designs for review by the Public Works Director. These were specific recommendations by our transportation engineer. Again, turning radius design, we're saying you can have a smaller radius so we can have smaller, more compact intersections so that they will be slowing traffic and making things a little bit more friendly for bikers and pedestrians. The only change here, this is our parking lot dimensional table. We're taking this opportunity to kind of reorganize the way this particular section flows. So we're putting it in a different place, and we are going to clean up the diagram at the bottom because it looks like it was probably made before computers.
There's some good stuff that was done.
Sorry. I know there was. We're just gonna clean it up. People are well. Driveways, we're updating our width of driveway standards to allow wider access for our multifamily dwellings and also to align this document with our land use code. Access for properties abutting two or more rights of way. We're just setting up a hierarchy that says driveways are preferred to access alleys or unimproved right of ways first, and then streets without crossing a pathway, then pathway streets. And then the last one on this page is that the town should work to remedy existing non-conforming curb cuts and right of way encroachments that negatively impact safe walking routes.
What's that?
So let's say we're planning a wonderful new bike path along Granite Street. And so we kind of want to work towards not having every single exit on Granite Street so that we're asking people to go up the alley first so that we can actually have that and have it be a safe pathway for people without a lot of breaks in it for driveways. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Pedestrian and bicycle facilities, this just adds language that these facilities shall comply with the cross sections and plan view layouts that are shown in the downtown complete streets plan. And then that's it for the minimum design and access criteria. We're moving over to our land use code now. So this is vehicular access requirements. It just says that driveway access, we're just reinforcing what we said in the minimum street design standards. We're saying that that access should not cut across a pathway unless no other alternative is available. And then the second part of this change is requiring developers to construct right-of-way facilities, including parking and pathways as shown in the downtown complete streets plan or our newly adopted Frisco Trails and Pathways plan. Non-vehicular access requirements, we're just incorporating the new downtown complete streets plan by reference here. We're also updating that reference to the Frisco Trails and Pathways Plan. And then we're also adding that requirement that pathways shown in either of those plans that are adjacent to proposed development shall be constructed as part of that development. Last one. This is restating that requirement that developers shall install right-of-way improvements in conjunction with their project. But it also clarifies that the spaces that are created can be used for on-street parking credits. That's it.
Nice work.
Cool.
Just.
Yeah.
On the right of way part, so if their developer comes in, does their project, the parking space is there, so like they're gonna put, I guess what I would call the median, they're improving the median or creating a median?
The median, the
Well,
right of way. So your property ends far short of the edge of asphalt today, right?
Right.
So between your property line and what is the travel lane,
Mhm.
we're saying that you need to construct, so if it's a curb gutter sidewalk, or if it's on-street parking, or if it's our new pathway in the downtown complete streets plan area, you're gonna go ahead and put that in.
Curb and gutter or a sidewalk.
Or, yeah. as
That's what I thought. just
As
making
it's
sure.
specified in the plan.
Cool.
So it might be nothing. You're on
Yeah.
Galena Street. If you're on Granite Street, instead of putting in parking and a sidewalk in the middle of our right of way where we don't want it, instead you're gonna put it for this plan. For example.
Yeah, right, and that's the place I'm talking about, actually, as we're talking about
Yeah,
this.
and so usually developers are like, what do you want me to do, right? So now we have a plan. That's what we want you to do.
Cool. And then on the first part, with the definitions, or like the very front part of the presentation, was code then referencing this document, or were the definitions updated in the code?
She's doing both.
I'm pulling the definitions from our plan into the code.
And the code references back to.
Totally cool. I just thought it was weird that the code would reference an external document,
So,
but you're doing
For a
both. It
long
doesn't matter.
time.
and we reference our community plan.
We
and our
do.
regulations. So they speak to each other, but they're not code. They're an advisory document, right?
With respect to the comp plan.
Yeah.
The design standards are
Now they're,
required.
yeah. By
Cool.
adopting this order.
Thank you. Just curious.
Questions?
So if we're doing a project, I'm thinking of a situation, is there a way that a developer can pay us to put the improvements in?
So I did include language about fee and lieu.
Okay, yeah.
I missed. Because we realized that not every situation would be appropriate. I don't have a plan for the exact, like how that would exactly.
So we have
work
to
out.
negotiate.
Yeah, and I envisioned similar to we do security for improvements.
Right.
And so we would say, give us an estimate for today, and maybe that's something that can help us with. That's the fair market value to have this installed, and we keep that money until such time as we're ready to do it.
If we were to ever I'm just trying to make sure we're capturing everything we might want to do. Like, I know it goes back and forth, discussions on parking on Main Street, do the back end diagonal. Would we ever have to call that out, or since those spots would be the same, just a different direction, not something we have to call out in this plan?
The depth of them would be the same.
Yeah, so it wouldn't matter.
And actually,
It's just the angle.
well,
Angle should be the same, like,
yeah,
so it's just.
well, no, the angle would be opposite.
Yeah, the angle would be opposite, but like all the
Yeah.
measurements and space requirements would be the same, so we wouldn't need to call that out.
Yeah.
We just have to flip the page over in advance.
We would have to do it on a coordinated basis, right? We'd have to do the whole block.
Yep.
I need a public service announcement before.
I'm not saying we need to do video, just know that it's come up in conversation. Thought the other day in another town, like, it's working great there, but there's not here, so yeah. Just
One
want to
day.
make sure we get everything in there that we might want.
Yeah, for sure.
Won't matter what it's from, nothing anyways.
It will matter, they'll be thanking you. You won't be here.
Anything else? good with these to bring in.
Yeah, so I'll take it to planning commission for recommendation. I'll bring it back to you guys as first reading of an ordinance. Yeah, sorry, we have taken it to planning commission, so they saw it this week and they gave us some feedback and, and now we're taking it to.
They should see this afternoon.
On for dinner tonight.
Yeah.
It'll be here.
I can breathe.
We have at least 15 minutes or more, so, yeah. See, that wasn't, thanks for this. Gives us time.
Enjoy some coffee.
Yeah, yeah.
Popcorn left.
Just-
Need an appetizer.
Waiting. The guy. I know it's been in like a month, but like, yeah, the guy who wrote the grant.
I think it's just that all the chairs weren't here yet.
Oh, that's right. Donna Scoopion's supposed to be doing her case tonight in there.
Maybe,
American thing.
You are on mic and recording.
Excellent. Good evening, everyone. A little bit after 7 o'clock. Welcome to the regular meeting of the Frisco Town Council. I'll call the meeting to order. May I have the roll call, please?
Aronson, absent. Burley. Here.
How?
Here.
Palenko? Here. Incan?
Here.
Check Adrian.
Here.
Thank you. First up this evening is public comment. Anyone wishing to do so, please come to the microphone at the lectern, or if you're online, you can raise your hand and unmute yourself and I'll call on you. Please be topic specific for anything that is not on this evening's agenda, and please limit your comments to no longer than 3 minutes. Donna, please. Yep. Oh, and if you could state your name for the record. Forgot that part. Think we.
Hi, is that okay?
Yeah.
My name's Donna Scupian.
I'm Gary Moss. Our address is 333 Emily Lane. I'm Donna's husband.
When I moved to Frisco in 2006, I took a job to work at IntraWest as a marketing manager. And then after that, became a planning commissioner for the town of Frisco as well for the county for 15 years.
I currently work for the town of Frisco, going on 15 years now.
When we were told to come before you today as part of the procedure to get an item on your agenda. With only having 3 minutes to state our predicament, we can only give you an overview. When we bought a lot to build our house in Frisco and to become full-time residents, we were told we also had to buy the lot next door. They were tied together. In order to build our house, we had to sign a document involving the development of the second lot.
And now we must move to a lower altitude due to Donna's health, and therefore we need to sell our house. We had someone interested in purchasing the house, but when we told them about the adjacent and empty lot next door, they backed out. A realtor said that we must get this situation cleaned up so that we could list our house. Only council can lift this unique condition, which is a huge obstacle in selling our house. So we're just asking that you please work with us, and we hope you can add this to your agenda in the near future.
So
That's
we
it.
don't know if the next step is a work session or what, but we're at your mercy.
So, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll reach out. Else wishing to make public comment this evening? Anybody online? No additional public comment in chambers or online. I will now close public comment and back to mayor and council comments.
So. And I apologize if I get emotional about this, but it's an issue that deserves to be emotional about. Yesterday, our nation suffered another tragedy involving children and guns. And I'd just like to bring and this is of course me personally, I would like to bring to the attention of everybody that there are groups in this country that are trying to convince us that it's books and people who wear non-traditional clothing that are a danger to our children. And we are watching them being gunned down day after day after day. So pay attention to what the real threat is to our children and vote and use your voices to change that, please.
Thank you, Lisa.
Thank you.
Lots of comments?
Yeah.
Yeah, go for it. I have a
was
few when you're done. Yep.
Different transition, but I just wanted to say congratulations and thank you for all the hard work. To Diane, Lindsay, and Addison for the new positions, and I'm looking forward to seeing where we go in the future. So thanks.
Appreciate it. I have a couple things for council and others. And for first to start with Public Works and our street department, I was having a conversation with a representative from CDOT, and they wanted to make sure that I recognized the relationship that our Public Works department has in maintaining the CDOT rights of way throughout town. And they say there's not a more willing, able, and professional group of public works folks that they work with, and that they wanted me to know that and this council to know that, and that relationship and that team are greatly valued and respected by CDOT as well, which I think is a pretty huge thing to be recognized for. So proud of that group. So thank you for that. Also just want to fill in council. Tom and I had a great meeting with the county Monday morning, just to continue the Lake Hill conversation and see how we can continue to work on that project, see if we can move it forward and what that might take. So good discussions, a lot of change in county leadership and staff. So there's some, and with Tom being a part of our team now, a lot of background conversations and what has happened to get us to where we are now. And you'll see in the coming agenda, we're going to go back into executive session to further our conversations around Lake Hill and how we can be a part of that ongoing and try to make that project come to fruition in any way we can. So great chat, great partnership with the county. We're going to keep working for it. So we'll see how that goes.
Got one
yeah.
thing. So related to upcoming changes in curbside recycling programs, there will be a public forum here in Frisco on April 5th at the Day Lodge in the evening to talk about the pay as you throw program, as you might have heard, and really the how that would impact you as residents. So come on out and join us for the discussion with High Country Conservation Center and learn how we can meet some of our sustainability and waste management goals. HC3 and folks met with the Summit Rotary today, as well as the Breck Mountain Rotary, to also talk about pay as you throw, and they'll be continuing their road show, doing some public outreach. But April 5th, Day Lodge, I believe it starts at 6 o'clock. Thank you, Diane.
Two more quick things. Lots of conversation at the CML and the CAS level around State Bill 23-213. This is a governor's push for trying to help expedite workforce housing projects throughout the state. There's been a lot of work done on it already, but essentially the impacts to us, we've already done the legwork. We have a plan in place, and a lot of what's being proposed would actually undermine all of the efforts we've put in over the last so many years. So a group through CAST has assembled to try to help work with the governor's office to better clarify some of the resort and rural community dialogue and wording around that bill. But there are some good parts of it, for sure. Those we aren't concerned about, but there's a lot of risk to local authority that we're concerned about, that would, a lot of the projects we talked about at work session this evening and also tonight could be impacted by some of these things. So keep an eye on it. This might be something where we need, as a council, to be very engaged and use our collective voice to maintain the work we've done and not risk it. So read your CAST emails, stay tuned to that. Tom and I will reach out with any more information as it comes up, but the deadline for the votes on all these bills at the state level are coming soon. So we need to be pretty flexible in this when the meetings are happening fast and furiously.
If you don't mind, there's a couple of meetings that have happened in the last 2 days, actually 3 meetings, very much CAST is engaged in it. All the rural communities, rural resort communities are very engaged. CAST today, the board encouraged council members to call your Senator Dylan Roberts, who is on the committee, the Senate Committee for Housing, and is directly involved with this. Certainly encourage the mayor to do so and express your opinion or the council's opinion on it. The committee that is hearing this is taking comments and amendments through Thursday. That's how fast it's working. One of CAST's requests is that they slow down a little bit and allow a little bit more time. We're not sure that that's going to be successful. Likely hearings on this next Tuesday. So CAST and CML are lining up for that. If you're wanting to or willing to provide testimony, CAST will help you get prepared for that. So I'm tracking as many of the meetings as I can. So is Leslie and Dawn. We're keeping up with it through our groups. So if I do send out anything or phone call or text or anything about that, please be ready to respond fairly quickly. I think I've seen Breck has put out a position. It seems to me very consistent with what the council would probably project. I'll do the same when I get the information from CAST later tonight, and then have any negative reaction to that, please let me know.
And if anyone on council's, excuse me, is interested in testifying, if it comes to that, CAST will help you, talk you through how to do it. And much like doing public comment, your time goes really quickly. So I can help. I've done it a couple of times, so I'll reach out. And then for those in the audience who don't know, CAST is the Colorado Association of Ski Towns. Sorry, we talk in a lot of acronyms. And they represent actually far more than just ski towns anymore. They've grown into really a resort community organization that has reached throughout Colorado, all of the Western states, and up into Canada. So a growing influential group that we're a member of as the town. So helps amplify our voice on common themes for resort communities. So and I guess I'd finally, in regards to our public comment this evening, I would say, please reach out to Tom or myself around the Scupions request. If you'd like to add that to a future agenda, or you need more information from planning department on the background of that, please do, and reach out and we can discuss that. And then I will follow up with Tom, or I will follow up with you all as to where we end up. So other council comments? Tom, any additional staff updates that weren't in the packet?
So I think the council has socially been talking about this a little bit, but we need some volunteers from the council for a few things. We need 2 council members to help staff make recommendations from the arts for the new arts council, and we have several. I think we have 12, maybe more applicants. So I think Andy, Elizabeth, were you interested in that as well? Okay, so we've got those names. We also are going to be selecting planning commission, a new planning commissioner soon. So we'll need 2 for that. And the last 2 were the mayor and Andy. Still the same?
Happy to do it unless anybody else wants to jump in, but I feel like we got a good.
It's appropriate.
Yep.
Okay.
Great. Appreciate that. Thanks, Andy.
And we have one more volunteer opportunity, but I'll talk about that later.
Next up this evening is a proclamation. I think this is as mayor and as a council member, but more importantly, as a part of just this town. I think this is one of those honors that I really look forward to and get to do. And it means a lot to me personally. And I think it highlights who we are as a community, that we do these when we have the right people come up and they're not giving out regularly. We don't give them out just because they are truly earned by people who are, as the proclamation says, the finest members of our community, and they're the Frisco's finest. And I think if you think about going out to eat or the staple foods in Frisco, and what makes us all happy is nothing more than Luis Flores and his restaurant Hacienda Real. And from the moment you walk in the front door till the time you leave completely full on the most delicious Mexican food you can get, you are treated better than anywhere else, and sometimes better than in your own home. And I think that's a testament to who Luis is, and you work so hard, and you have made such a huge impact on not just this town, Luis, but this entire community and abroad, to many other resort towns and other areas. So I'd like to read a proclamation, and then Luis, I'll come up and I've got a plaque for you. But the town of Frisco proclamation for Luis Flores is recognized as Frisco's finest. Whereas 20 years ago, in March 2003, Luis Flores brought many years of his professional restaurant experience to Frisco from Seattle to start Hacienda Real. And whereas Luis Flores opened Hacienda Real in Frisco because he and his wife loved the beauty of these mountains, which reminded him of his birthplace in Mexico. And whereas Hacienda Real has weathered the Great Recession and even the pandemic under Luis Flores's leadership, and they have continued to thrive and feed the community. And whereas Luis Flores and Hacienda Real have generously supported the community's schools and nonprofits with donations and delicious food over the past 20 years. And whereas Luis Flores has nurtured entrepreneurial skills in his employees so they could launch their own aspirations and restaurants in Vail, Leadville, Fairplay, Silverthorne, and Fort Collins. And whereas Luis Flores has always endeavored to ensure the Hacienda Real's customers feel like they're at home in his restaurant. And whereas the carne asada and chile rellenos at Hacienda Real are beloved and to inspire the community again and again to eat at Luis's table. And whereas Frisco Town Council is pleased to present this award to Luis Flores for outstanding contributions in making Frisco a better place to live, work, and play.
Yay!
Yay!
I can't hear.
Our local guys from Frisco, well, I don't know, for a long time. Thank you for sharing.
Thank you so much. Check getting a hug from Luis off my list of things to do before I'm done in this job, so thank you. Next up this evening is our consent agenda.
Mr. Mayor, I move to approve the consent agenda.
It's been moved to approve the consent agenda by Mayor Pro Tem Inkin. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Councilmember Burley. She was louder in my ear. Sorry, Andy. Any discussion on the motion? Call the question, please.
Burley,
Yes.
Powell, Halenko,
Yes.
Inkin.
Yes.
Mortensen,
Yes.
Skrepchek, Adrian. Aronson is absent.
Thank you. Consent agenda is passed. Next up is new business. This is agenda item number 1. This is first reading of ordinance 23-10, an ordinance amending chapter 180 of the Code of Ordinances of the Town of Frisco concerning the Unified Development Code by amending sections 180-5.5.1 concerning affordable housing incentives and section 180-9.3 concerning general definitions. I'll open up the public hearing. Turn over to staff, and Don, good to see you.
Good to see you, Mayor and Council as well. Stacy, can you do a screen share for me? Or do I do have to do that? You have to do that. There we go. All right, continuing on our theme from earlier this evening on housing, we're here to talk about some code amendments to facilitate workforce housing. Whenever we're looking at code amendments, what are we trying to accomplish with this? First off, town council has been talking about code amendments, whether it's a workforce housing overlay or a number of different items that could work towards to providing more housing in Frisco for over a year now. One was we mentioned earlier tonight, the density bonus for LIHTC projects. So we started that code amendment back in last summer, actually, and then that got put on hold and we're rolling it into this set. We've also been talking about a workforce housing overlay, something that recognizing that development of workforce housing is a little bit more challenging financially, whatever else. Is there an opportunity to create some sort of not special set of rules, an overlay district that would apply specifically to workforce housing projects? And my screen will disappear.
Yep, it's coming back.
And it's back
It's
again.
coming back.
All right. So yeah, workforce housing overlay that had a number of concepts and look at increasing density for a workforce housing project, reducing lot coverage requirements, reducing parking requirements, looking at some of these things that could make some of these projects more feasible. We also, whenever you're doing a code amendment, it can get really complicated and really complex. So as we're going through these, we want to make sure that whatever we come up with, it's relatively simple, both for implementation as well as for any of the public that may be looking at it. And then finally, as we were going into this particular code amendment process, we had a timeline in mind because there was a potential development project with some tight timelines for grant and other applications. So we really expedited this process as well. But at the same time, we made sure that we were diligent in making sure that we got all the appropriate information and thoughtfully consider these proposals. So moving on process, again, summary, we started talking about this in the fall of 2022. Town council first had a discussion on this at a work session, January 17th, so a little over 2 months ago. Last week on March 21st, Planning Commission made a recommendation for approval. And so that's where we are here tonight to consider a first reading of ordinance 23-10 to consider these workforce housing amendments. There's several parts to this code amendment. These all take place in chapter 180 of the town code, 180-5.5, which is workforce housing specifically. So in the first part is related to density bonuses. We currently have density bonus provisions in our code, and that applies to the Gateway Zone District, Central Core Zone District, and Mixed Use Zone District. And what that does is it actually allows additional units to be created with no cap on that density as long as you can meet all development requirements, parking, height, fit it into the development box, you can do it. There is a couple proposed changes as part of this set of code amendments. First off, we're adding the residential high density zone district to be eligible for the density bonus. Residential high, it allows 16 units per acre. That's the same as what's allowed in the Central Core zoning district. So again, and these residential highs areas are, as an example, just on the south side of Granite Street. So it's areas that are already fairly close to downtown in that Central Core area. So it does make sense to do that here. Second change would be to allow higher AMIs, so up to 140% for sale projects and 120% for a rental project, as long as they average out to AMI of 100% on the density bonus units. And the reason that we are changing those is, again, a couple different things. We're trying to gain a diversity of units, unit types, and AMI ranges for people in the community, because not everybody makes exactly 100% AMI. Some people make 60, some people make 120. So let's create a little better opportunity for variety. Those numbers, 140% for sale and 120 for rental, came from a recent state legislation, House Bill 1304, which set those limits. So again, this is why we are trying to follow those statutory limits, and those are available for funding. So again, it's going to be consistent for future funding of projects. And then finally, we're adding a new subsection C to this section to allow for LIHTC projects to take advantage of the density bonus. A LIHTC project is a little bit, or first of all, going back, our density bonus requires a deed restriction or a covenant to be placed on properties with specific occupancy requirements and work requirements that The occupants of those properties will be working locally and making certain AMIs. A LIHTC project cannot have that work locally requirement, that it's an AMI qualification only. Because LIHTC does serve a lower income population typically, we did feel it was appropriate and important to include this into a potential density bonus provision. So moving on, and feel free to interrupt me. Again, this is some good stuff. We've talked about it recently, but feel free to interrupt. The majority of this code amendment is really related to a new code section, and this is going to be it's called the Affordable Housing Development Incentive Program. And this is, again, it started out as the workforce housing overlay. We incorporated it into something that would just be part of standard code rather than applying on a project by project basis. So what this would do is, first of all, it would be applicable in the gateway, central core, mixed use, residential high, and residential medium and residential low density zone districts. It would be up to the property owner to choose whether they wanted to pursue this program. A couple of criteria. First of all, 100% of all of the units in the development, not just bonus units or anything else, every single unit would have to meet our definition of affordable and average 100% of AMI as far as the income qualifications. In order to do density is always the key, or very often is the key to a project. So because we already have density bonus provisions, those density under this incentive program, the density bonus program that already exists would apply in gateway, mixed use, central core, and residential high. And then in residential medium and residential low, a developer would be able to double the base density on that. So as an example, residential low density is allowed at 8 units per acre. So it'll allow 16 units per acre for a development in residential low under this program. The proposed code will also allow a number of reductions in parking, dimensional, design, and landscape requirements as well. Going into those, here's a summary of some of these. These next couple slides go through in a table. This is in your packet as well. And it really just highlights the options and what could occur. I mean, as an example, height, you can have a 10% increase in the height, which does give some greater flexibility in construction and construction type. So again, these are maybe not huge changes, but they might just be enough in order to help a project go. Similar as far as landscaping and development standards and facades, and some of those things are really designed to say, okay, how do we make these projects a little bit more feasible to design and build economically? Town Council most recently talked about this at the February 28th work session, so 4 weeks ago. There's been some changes from that first work session to tonight. And this slide goes through and summarizes what those changes are. Mostly, and it's not significant, or there's some significant changes. First of all, by February 28th, there was 2 options. There was a 50% affordable option, so half of the units would be affordable. Town council feedback at that point in time is that really wasn't enough of an incentive, so scrapped that. Nobody would go to that 100% if that 50% was available, was basically the feedback that we got. So now it's only all units have to be affordable at that 100% AMI level average. Secondly, landscape reductions, we received feedback that it was really vague as written, so we went ahead and defined that and set a reduction level on that. Parking reductions, a couple council members suggested that on a very small project, those reductions might not make sense. So it would make more sense to do parking reductions for a larger project that was under single ownership. So we added that it applies to a rental project of 20 units or greater. There was a lot of conversation as well about design standards and should it be different on the alley, or should we apply the same standards on the alley or a side lot or as compared to Main Street? And again, as the feedback on that, we did reduce the design requirements on the alleys and sides, but still apply it to Main Street and the front and any street facing facade. So again, trying to find a good compromise there in order to retain the character of the community and the goals of the community plan while still addressing some of these affordability and construction requirements. And then same thing with commercial use. There was a desire from some to decrease the amount of commercial required in some of these projects. The town council felt that it would be, since we do have a provision in place to allow a developer of any project in a mixed use zone district to follow a conditional use process, that would be appropriate for these projects as well. So again, those are the primary changes since you last saw this a month ago. So what you have before you is ordinance 23-10. This reflects all council comments from that last work session, incorporates some minor revisions and additions from the planning commission recommendation on last week, and then also incorporates some technical edits from the town attorney. In going through it one last time, staff identified one additional clarification that's recommended to be inserted as part of the second reading, and that would be add a sentence to section 185.5.1 C sub 4 sub C to clarify that visitor parking spaces are still required but eligible for any reductions. So with that, staff does recommend that you approve this on first reading with that recommended addition. And I'll take any questions.
Thank you, Don. Any questions before council discussion, before public comment and discussion?
Just 20 units or more for rental only, can you just elaborate on why owner?
Yeah, a couple of council members at that last work session had some concern that, or pointed out that a landlord who's managing all of the units would maybe have a little bit better success in controlling the number of cars that people would have in these particular, and assigning units to specific unit, or assigning parking spaces to specific units.
Go to public comment. Anyone wishing to make a public comment on this agenda item may do so now. Yep.
Hi, Mayor, members of council. My name is Lena Lesmes. I address 120 North 7th Avenue, Unit B12, right down the street here in Frisco. I'm on a planning commissioner. I'm a planning commissioner as well, and I was able to participate on these code amendments. However, when we talked about it on last Thursday, I did forget, I had it in my notes, but I forgot to bring it up to the planning commission that I had one extra comment that I think it's important. And it's regarding the density bonus, and in particular, requiring a lottery process for resales. So if you look at page 2 in your packet, what's interesting about what's in the code already, and it's in section 2B, subsection B, it says that all the units have to be sold and marketed solely through the Summit Combined Housing Authority. So that's interesting to me because I don't think that's been applied in deed restrictions that have been created after this code section was in place. So as an example, I looked up the deed restriction for condos off Main and town center condos, which were both built in, 2015, 2016, after this code provision was in here. And those code covenants did not include a restriction that these be sold through the housing authority. Where I think there's an opportunity is to add to this that they be sold via a lottery process. And the reason why I think that's important, in the town of Silverthorne, we require that all units at Smith Ranch be sold through a lottery process when there's 2 offers at the same maximum resale price. And we find that keeps the process really fair. It keeps side deals from people not making or being incentivized to making side deals. And at the town of Breck, I think that they're wishing that they had something in place for Wellington and Lincoln Park because they're having issues with people with side deals. And it does happen and it is true. And so I really think I'd like to advocate for putting in some language in here that it be sold through a resale process. And I talked to Don about it briefly. His interpretation is that it should be done through the standard covenant that will happen, revisions that can happen whenever, but they're not necessarily teed up to happen anytime soon. If you put some language in here about that sort of forces the issue a little bit for future units created through a density bonus process that are already required to be sold through the housing authority per your code section already. that we can add in here, that they also be done by lottery. Now, in the future, you can work out the details of what that means. You can put that in a covenant, you can create a guidelines document that's referenced. So the details don't need to be in here. I just really feel there's an opportunity to put the concept in here so that it really forces the issue in future covenants that are written for density bonus units. That's my comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Lena. Appreciate that. Else wishing to make public comment?
I'm Diane Llewellyn. I don't live in Frisco, but I'm part of the Unsheltered organization. I just have a question. I think an earlier rendition of this at whatever meeting I was at, I thought that there were fee waivers included. And I just wondered if that's the case, they went away, and I wondered why.
I can respond, or
Please, that'd be
if
great.
you want to.
Yeah,
end up.
that's a good question.
So the fee waivers, again, at that last council work session, I think there was at least a couple of council members that said they would prefer to have that as a council action rather than something that was written into code.
Next up.
Sorry.
Hi, Suzanne Allen Sabo with Allen Garrett Architecture in town. And I live at Sixback Road and Bill's Ranch, which is not in the town. It's across the street. Thanks to staff for all your time into these code amendments, which greatly incentivize the construction of 100% deed restricted projects within the town of Frisco. I want to give you just some really quick perspective from our development team on some potential 100% affordable housing projects, which includes our architecture firm, Norris Design, and the NHP Foundation, a nonprofit development company whose mission is building, holding, and renting affordable and workforce housing apartments across the country. NHP is currently holding over 56 properties, approximately 10,000 units across the country of low and moderately priced affordable housing. I think this is really an amazing opportunity for us in the town of Frisco to gain some affordable units that are rental units. When we started a pricing exercise regarding the construction costs on some of these projects, our team quickly realized some changes to the code must occur in order to make this project pencil, or these projects pencil. And I think, you know, Don has gone through all of that, and we honestly need those changes to make this happen. So thank you for your consideration. And in closing, very few developers in the country can pull off a project like this. It takes a company with a clear understanding of federal incentives, their own in-house financing, extensive experience, and a desire to benefit the community to make this occur. Thanks. Take care.
Public comments this evening. If you're online, you can raise your hand. Unmute. Not online. No additional comments in chambers. I'll close public comment. Back to council discussion. Yeah, okay. And adding just kind of simple framework. Thad, do we need to? How do you want to work
I
that
think
up?
Don
for-
and I heard the comments.
Okay.
If council wants to see that at second reading, then give that direction.
Ask for questions, but I'm gonna ask the questions.
Great.
Thank you. So when I finally found the subsection, thank you, Lena, for pointing out where this is. Thad, can you, or perhaps Don, sort of walk us through what's in there today and how it works practically?
First off, yeah, I don't know when that was inserted into code, and Condos Ethne, the two projects that were developed, they were, I think, originally developed in 2014 and 2015. That may have been okay. So if it's not in the covenant, it would apply to any covenants moving forward as far as this density, and only to those that are created through the density bonus. And that's where I was suggesting to Lena that if we really want to do this, it would be part of our larger discussion about deed restriction and covenants, and so that people could opt into them and it would apply on a wider basis rather than just the density bonus. That said, it certainly could be one step at a time, and you could do this as part of the density bonus. To answer Council Members Burley's question on this, how this would apply. The first step of that is if somebody wants to sell their unit, let's say XYZ unit and it was created through a density bonus, it would be one of those new projects, let's say at 602 Galena, for example. That would have to be listed through the SCHA. So right now, the SCHA will list units, but right now for most units it's voluntary. We encourage people to use the SCHA, but unless it's specifically written into a deed restriction, that is not required. So they do have that process, and they can run a lottery where they put it out and say, okay, people, you have to apply, you have to show that you're qualified, you're put into this lottery, boom, you go. And it works. It's been done in Smith Ranch, as Lena mentioned, as well as a few other developments throughout the county. So it's something that SCHA is able to do, has done, and we could certainly do as well. Again, I do think, and there was a comment in the staff report, which I didn't highlight in presentation there, that would suggest Planning Commission has had a number of comments about the deed restriction and some, whether it's AMIs or appreciations. We've had a couple of comments from people that live in deed restricted housing. So I certainly would recommend that sometime in the next couple of months, Town Council have a work session specifically on deed restrictions and covenants to look at some of these bigger issues. I mean, we talked about earlier tonight, just AMIs in general. What does that mean? Why does it mean it? Maybe we bring in the SCHA so they can share some of their expertise in that as well.
So a point of clarification is our standard covenant, our default does not currently require this either.
I do not believe so. I'd have to go back and double check it.
That, you know, off the top of your head.
I don't think that it does.
Okay.
I think council last visited the standard form prior to the code change. I recall correctly.
Okay.
Or the standard covenant, I think most recently was adopted in 2019, if I recall correctly.
That clarification is.
Thank you.
You mind?
No, that's great. Thanks.
It's my understanding that our standard covenant, you have it goes through the housing authority. And if you use their realtor, you pay a lesser rent.
That is correct.
Percentage.
That's
And if
correct.
You have the option to still list it through them, but not use their realtor and pay the standard. Just how at all would this affect that as an option?
You know, I think what if this language that was suggested by Ms. Lesmus is incorporated in second reading and adopted by Town Council for any density bonus units moving forward, that provision that requirement to go through the lottery and list with the SHA rather than an option. So it would replace that.
But I think it would also open it up to multiple people applying for a home. And I think the lottery would also kind of get rid of that side deal, right? Like, so if a home comes up for sale, multiple people can go into this lottery and have an opportunity to potentially buy it. Right?
Yes. And yeah, and there would be no potential. This would assume all offers are the same, probably at the maximum amount rather than some variation in between.
So, two things. And I like the idea of the lottery, and I'm not sure if what I'm saying is actually any different than if it were just for sale, but I've kind of watched people who have been in the community for decades lose out in a lottery to somebody who just moved here, and that feels a little, I don't know. I know that there are extra, whatever tickets you can put into the lottery if you're whatever, certain professions or whatever. And maybe there's something that can be done for people who have been here,
Yeah.
a ticket for every decade you've been here or something like
And
that.
you certainly could do that. I think there's, I'm familiar with, I believe it's Oprah Mountain Village in
Yes.
Summit County. and they have a similar provision written into their specific deed restriction. The challenge is we've got right now somewhere in the ballpark of 160 deed restricted units, and none of those have that particular provision at the moment. So it would only apply moving forward. And again, it is the question then too of, okay, how are you evaluating certain professions maybe over another? It gets to a real values conversation at that point. And well, it can be done. It certainly can be a challenge though as well.
So the other thing, and maybe it was answered with your question, but I'm not sure. So if this were to go to lottery, would it then have to go through the Summit County Housing Authority Realtor?
Yes. Yes.
I have a little issue with that because that person never changes. It's never put up for anybody else to get that position. And I have a problem with that.
Yes, and I will say that is a contract position, and
Nobody knows when the contract is, as far as I have found.
yes.
So it's kind of a monopoly.
Fair.
So that's my issue with that.
Like, what do you mean by monopoly? This one person is the realtor, and that one person gets every deal. No other realtor.
No other realtor ever gets the chance to get that job. It's like a lifetime freaking appointment.
I'm trying to have some conversations. See if flexibility or change.
Yeah, no, it's good. So they got a few things that were talked about at the last meeting. The contract they extended the contract for 1 year. It did end this last year. They extended it for a year because they were searching for a new director and did that bigger change at the same time. So I believe, based on the current board makeup, that it is going to go up to bid again.
Okay, and who makes that decision? Board.
That's correct.
Can you speak to if we put it in this change, it's only for density bonus
And only new units moving forward.
and only new units moving forward? And what I thought I heard you say is that it may be more productive for us to look at it under their, I'm gonna say it wrong, but our general deed restriction.
Yeah. Your standard G.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
But if we did it under the standard deed restriction, would it then apply to this density bonus?
It would, because what I would encourage is to look at any provisions that might be in code and compare it to the standard covenant that you want to have moving forward. And that's where I would also maybe caution against putting specific provisions related to a covenant into code, because then you change the covenant, all of a sudden you're inconsistent with that. So again, that's where I would be a little reluctant to recommend putting something like that into code. I would recommend instead putting that as part of the deed restriction evaluation.
Thanks. Thanks for that.
You signed the deed restriction when you purchased the property, so that's going with the property, whereas you might not ever look at chapter 180 when you're buying that house. We felt it was a more appropriate place to put it.
And so amending our current standard deed restriction is separate issue from these current changes here. Yeah.
I would suggest that, yes.
Which we could take up in a work session and go through all the processes. Because this isn't the only particular issue on our deed restrictions that hinders the ability for, either longtime locals to get into places and or for lateral or upward mobility. And so, I think this is wholly important as part of our standard deed restrictions. And we need to incorporate this. But I don't think this should sideline what we're working on here. Right, and I think this is almost this is the second issue to where we need to address our standard deed restriction anyway, because there are a number of items on there that that this would fall under.
So I don't know where this question's gonna lead us, but I think for conversation's sake, and I think we're all leaning towards the same direction as I'm hearing this, but You know, I think, and it might be part of what Lena's point was from the planning commission seat and their, you know, and that conversation is this is a very specific change that we're allowing a lot more density and a lot more carve outs for a specific development type. That say a live work deed restriction of 1 unit on a 2 or 3 unit redevelopment. Not afforded these type of potentially all of these things. And and I'm not saying I disagree with them, but I think we should have the conversation as council is. Does if we put that blanket lotteries up. And somebody could say, I could build a live work. But I think the potential of resale or anything else could be hindered by that lottery versus. I could just go and build another 4,000 square foot place for somebody from Oklahoma to buy for $5 million. I'm gonna do that because I know I'm gonna have a better chance with that than going out on a limb and building one more workforce, live work, because the lottery thing could be too restricted. I don't know, like.
So you're
there's
saying
so
the
much
lottery is a
fit-
hindrance to the resale?
For some property, and I think where I'm like, for the lottery for this particular conversation, makes sense. I mean, we're limiting parking, we're giving density bonus, we're doing some setback offsets. A lot of other developers won't have that, but still might be willing to put 1 or 2 units in. Are we potentially creating a risk? And I don't know. And I think personally, I think it levels the playing field and the lottery system is the right way. Like we are putting town citizen dollars one way or another into play in a big restricted 99% of the time. So is fairness the best way to continue that model? I think so, but I think it's the conversation. Is there any potential drawbacks on those one-offs that we might be wanting that, I don't know. I think that's why I just need our thoughts and expertise. So could it be potentially damaging if, because I think I'm all in to put it into this because of what this provides us and accomplishes. And then when we bring the deed restriction conversation back, because I think we do have the need for that, maybe we hash it out more there, but I don't know, either way, I think it's a conversation we need to have. I just wonder about the drawbacks, but specifically for this is a bigger community investment of the long term to accomplish these type of buildings. So to keep the fairness to the community, a lottery seems like a very good way to go. Next step to the other deed restrictions, I don't know. I'm probably there on that one as well. I just want to make sure that we're thinking about. And they might be one-offs that we can never plan for, and that's always our problem. Right? It's we can never not create a loophole or an unforeseen consequence. So
So you'd like to put it into this and then talk about whether it applies to everything else at a later time.
Yeah. But if you all think it's best to do it all at once at a later time, I'm good. I just think for this, if you think about the bulk plane, the setbacks and these other things that we're increasing, like those are things, past developments that have come up to us through the planning commission asking for certain things have been very much, we've drawn a line on those. I think only 1 or 2 having projects and the rest are the only 2 I can think of where the commission's recommendations on bulk plane or setback or height limit, right?
Yeah, maybe condo, all of them before my time.
All of them before your time. So, but I think, I think, and those were very controversial projects and filled the chambers of people who are very worried of one of them was a 3-foot over the height limit on a 6-foot or 10-foot long span, but very controversial to the makeup of the community for some community members. So I'm just not sure. Yeah, the caveat, I'm not sure where I'm going with this, but I think we just want to make sure, if we're creating any unforeseen consequences, that we are aware of that. But for this one, I think it's the fairest way to proceed, particularly if the projects we're shooting for.
I don't disagree that it's fair, but what I'm hearing from Dom, there's a difference between putting it into code versus covenant. That's what I'm struggling.
Okay. That might, yeah.
That's my understanding as far as we're stuck with it, just because it's so. And if we change our covenants, and it's in code, like how does that work that way?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You could have two standard forms of covenant, is the answer to the question. One is the standard form of covenant for 100% affordable projects under this code section. The other is your standard form of covenant for all other purposes. There, you could distinguish, I guess, is what the answer to the question. Without committing yourself in the code in a way that's gonna take two readings of an ordinance to fix later, rather than bringing a covenant back and saying, how about this language rather than this? I think that's what he's getting at, right? When you put it in code, if nothing else, it's gonna take you longer to change it. I don't know. I can't tell you there'll be more or less debate.
Yeah, I think there's. As we're trying to administer these covenants and we're getting more and more of them, and that means we're getting more and more variety of them. I think there's a lot of desire to standardize these covenants for the simple reason of administration. You do the resale calculations the same for all of these projects, and it really can get really complicated trying to find out and read every single deed restriction because they are all slightly different.
Can you tell we didn't rehearse or?
So yes, you could have multiple covenants. I don't know that I'd ever encourage having multiple covenants. I'd push just a standardized good covenant.
Well, I think Susan's point was probably one of the best, like buying a home is confusing, arduous. And we shouldn't make things where you've got to go find it in 180-5.1.c just to make sure you have done all your due diligence, right? Like everybody who's bought a house knows you missed something or you didn't read all of it because half of it didn't make sense because it's in legal terms and not human terms. Like it's really difficult. We shouldn't contribute more to the confusion. Sorry, that more to the confusion of the home purchase, especially something that for these people can truly have a lasting effect on, as you mentioned in work session, their livelihood and their lives up here. So maybe it is doing it in the covenant is the right place because that's the sheet they're gonna see and they won't have to dig.
I have a weird question. I'm sorry. Do we write covenants that match our code? Like all the time?
Try. Yes, we should.
It's a dumb question, but
Yes.
I'm putting it in there.
That's the goal.
And so if we don't change the language is where we're at going through SUJ.
For density bonus units only.
Density bonus units only. And so if we then change our standard deed restriction for the lottery, then it doesn't apply to.
It would still be consistent with the code. So since the code language has the SEHA for sale in here already, you don't have to delete that out of here, and I'd actually probably keep it in this. I just don't know that I'd add anything more. I think it sounds like moving forward, it might be desirable to have that larger conversation and have that lottery inserted into there. But again, there's multiple considerations that need to be done.
So this shall be marketed through the Summit County Housing Authority pursuant to our standard form. Then you go to our standard form and it gives you the detail on lottery qualifications, timing, et cetera. I think is what you're suggesting.
That makes sense.
Yes.
I think you're right. I don't think the code has to dictate so long as it requires through Summit County Housing Authority and use our standard form.
No,
have your standard form say what you like in terms of that process. And I just, by the way, when the original drafting of that covenant that put the marketing through the Summit County Housing Authority, I think everyone's presumption at the time, obviously wrong, was that the Summit County Housing Authority was going to have a licensed realtor on staff, that this was going to be done in-house. I don't think anybody ever anticipated they were just going to farm it out to some realtor who was then going to turn a profit on it.
I will say that is SCHA's long-term plan, and they needed to actually have a contract broker while they developed their in-house realtor. So that is part of their larger plan. I think because they've changed executive directors, it's taking a little bit longer, as Tom pointed out.
You good now that you found? So
I'm good by reference.
So
Takes a lot of advisement for future deed restriction covenant conversation, not part of this is council's direction. I'm good, I'm seeing head nods.
I'm good with that. It was Lena, thank you for bringing that up.
Yeah.
Very much.
It's a good conversation.
Stayed on it.
And obviously something we agree needs to happen, want to happen. Other questions, concerns around?
I do just have a comment. Like, thank you, Don and team and everybody, and this has been, you know, for the 3 years I've been here, this is something that I've worked very closely on and, you know, it wouldn't have happened without everybody's willingness to be part of it. And these are changes that developers need in order to bring workforce housing to our town. And, you know, so this is good and this is a win and this is something we really need. And thank you. And thanks to everybody else who's actually even trying to build this stuff. Because it's important.
Yeah, thanks, Don, for helping me with the dog.
Susan and yeah.
And that.
Yeah. That's okay, I am insulted. Any other conversation, if anyone is prepared to make a motion, don't forget with the added
On visitor
parking as referenced by staff report. Debate or conversation.
Oh, no, I didn't even have it.
All right, I got it.
I'm saying.
Even empowering you to make a motion.
I will just, Mr. Mayor, I move to pass ordinance 23-10 with the addition of the visitor parking be added for second reading.
Move to approve on first reading 23-10 by Mayor Pro Tem Incan. Second by Councilmember Burley. Is there any conversation on the motion? Call the question, please.
Aaronson is absent. Burley,
Yes.
Held,
Yes.
Palenko,
Yes.
Incan,
Yes.
Mortensen,
Yes.
Skripchak, Adrian.
Yes.
Thank you. The motion passes. Next up this evening is agenda item number 2. This is a review and consider a proposed memorandum of understanding with Granite Block LLC regarding negotiation of a purchase, sale, and development agreement. I'll open up the public hearing. Back over to staff and Don Reimers. It's your night. It's all housing all night.
Housing part 3. Waiting for a second for my screen. I don't have it here.
You're still in.
There it is. Okay. Close that one. All right, part 3 on housing. So this is a draft memorandum and proposed memorandum of understanding between the town and a private developer to do some development out on Granite Street. These two properties have been much discussed for potential for housing for a number of years. 207 Granite is owned by 207 Granite LLC. It's a privately owned property, also known as the Glassman property. It's just under a half acre in size, zoned central core. Just next to it, 275 Granite is owned by the town of Frisco. Town purchased it in 1995 for municipal uses, so we've held it almost 30 years now. Has been known as the Sabatini lot for a number of years. Also a half acre, also central core, and 16 dwelling units an acre. The town parcel has been used since 1995 primarily for parking, snow storage, construction staging for town projects, things like that. The 207 Granite property has been under agreement by the town to utilize for snow storage and parking as well. As indicated, this has been much discussed over the past several years. As an example, 2017 to 2018, the town developed a housing task force, and they convened that group in order to gather some community input on potential housing projects and housing policy. That housing task force report considered and actually went through a charrette process on what could be done with this particular property. And that included up to, as a combined site, up to 29 market rate units and 32 affordable housing units. And so obviously there's a lot of potential on these two properties. And the point is more together than separately. You could do more as the property as a whole because of infrastructure and other site considerations, parking garages, things like that, than you could separately. Also in the recent past, and this was a very public process that started in December 2019 and ended in December 2020. And that was to utilize the two parcels as well as town-owned property at 113 Granite for a overall project. That project could have created, again, up to 20 market rate unit, 36 affordable units, and then another 24 units on this small 113 Granite parcel. Ultimately, the developer did not come to an agreement on that development agreement. So we're back to square one with a couple of vacant parcels. I do want to point out too that while some of the players are the same and the property owners are the same, this is a different development team. So I do believe that but honestly, that we're starting over. And I think we should make sure that we look at it that way and not necessarily consider this past development. I did want to just bring it up because it is out there and the public was certainly aware of that 3 years ago. So why would we do a shared development? I think it should be, or it seems intuitive to me, but you can do more as a combined project, single property. You're not fighting with property lines and trying to move around a little bit. You can do a lot more as a larger site than you can on a smaller site. You have shared infrastructure costs, shared site development costs. You're not competing with each other on that. There's also a potential to do a shared underground parking garage as an example that would be accessed off the alley and provide parking for the properties. So this is all conceptual at this point in time. The developer has shared some ideas of what their initial thoughts are, but the idea is to do a market rate development on a portion of the 207 Granite property, a multifamily affordable housing development on the 207 and 275 Granite on a portion of each property, and then a third building on the remainder of 275 Granite that would be maybe for businesses, maybe for a number of different purposes that could buy into those. And the idea there is out of this, you could gain maybe 40 to 60 workforce housing units on that property that could house 100 employees. So that's kind of the order of magnitude that we're talking. There's again, very conceptual at this point in time, but did want to just get it started on that. So between our town attorney and the developer have come up with a memorandum of understanding that outlines a number of high-level terms. This is not a binding agreement other than to work together, in good faith for the purchase, sale, and to create a purchase, sale, and development agreement. The agreement will define the number of dwelling units and in numbers and size of number of bedrooms, the affordability and diversity of those units, then any non-residential units or uses that might be on the property, what the town's goals and shared goals for environmental and sustainability measures would be, what the town contributions to a project could be, the developer's responsibilities to go through entitlements, financing, etc., project phasing, and then finally a project pro forma that shows how we are going to mutually accomplish our goals. So finally, this is again a very high level first step in this process to get essentially an agreement to work together, an agreement to work towards an agreement. So staff does recommend that you approve the MOU and authorize the mayor to sign. Then there's a couple of additional points. One would be to direct staff to continue negotiations on the purchase, sale, and development agreement, and then also consider forming a council subcommittee to help and facilitate that process. With that, any questions or
on a break? For Don, not bad. Open up for public comment. Anyone wishing to make public comment on a specific agenda item may do so now. Stacey, do you see anybody online? I can't see the. Great, thank you. I'll close public comment and back to council discussions. And again, also representatives from the development team are here. If we did have any questions or needs from them. That was referenced. I'm excited. I think to be authorized to sign this. I think it's worth it. Scope of the conversation tonight, we could be at on the conservative side, 140 units of housing potentially, all workforce happening in years. That's pretty spectacular. And as we've worked forward, discussed greatly, I think over the past few years of we don't have to do it on our own, and we probably shouldn't be. And I think our conversations, our efforts and everything else are proving just by who's in the audience tonight and the proposals we've discussed recently shows that our work is paying off really well. I think that's pretty spectacular. So I'd be in full support of signing this MOU, and also now we're other 2 points, getting a subcommittee together of council members.
And just direct staff to continue.
Keep staff working through the conversations with the development team.
Wait, are you asking for that now?
That would be part of the motion. I'm just saying I'm in full support of it, and I think it'd be great, but I'd love to, if there's other discussion, if not, we can just keep cranking through it and go for it.
Signing up for a subcommittee yet?
Okay, we would have to do it.
I don't know.
We can pick members of the subcommittee in a different meeting.
Okay.
Let's make a motion.
Yeah. That's why we can discuss the motion. Nobody ever has, but I offer every time.
I'm in support, and thanks Nathan and Melissa and team and all, because this we have landed in a very different place than when we started 3 years ago. And this is another win, and you guys have done this on your own with dealing with our code as it is and all, and that's great. Yeah, I say let's keep going.
Motion to approve the MOU. It would also include as the staff recommendation, the directing of staff continue to negotiate terms of the agreement. Council subcommittee, so.
This subcommittee didn't give me this recommendation.
Yeah, the subcommittee, I think it would a lot of working, sitting down with the development office and the developer team and that, and just trying to figure out like what is the action, going from conceptual ideas to actually what the project will be when it's done. It wouldn't give the subcommittee any authority to speak on behalf of all of council. Those decisions would still have to come back to the body, but it would be the 2 council members would have the general idea of what council's goals and intent are to represent us in the conversation. So it's not wasting anybody's time to help move things forward. And then when we get to those key benchmarks of we need to make decisions, the subcommittee can come back and say, hey, this is our recommendation to council from the conversations and meetings we've had. So you can kind of represent the negotiations and conversations on the design side for us to make those decisions.
Was it Andy and Andy that did the grant upon? All right.
No, there's Melissa and Andy.
Melissa.
And Dan Fallon was involved at one point as well.
Yeah.
It's just, it helps keep the process going, helps have council's voice be heard, but then doesn't bind any one of us to anything we haven't seen or agreed to.
It's relatively in my wheelhouse, so I'll.
You're 3 for, that's a hat trick of subcommittees, man. Honestly.
Halfway there.
Yeah. And we can also, I think in council member Aaronson's absence, we don't have to decide all committee members tonight, so. Or we can also, or you can nominate him right now. Last meeting, he'll miss. We could. We could nominate him. I don't know how the process would go when he wants to.
I'm about ready to make a motion. I can
You
just.
can appoint him upon his consent, so sir.
Or we can bring it back for further conversation later. So, yeah, no. So, let's do
It would be funny, though.
it.
All right.
Go for
All
it.
right, Mr. Mayor, I move that we approve the MOU between the town and Granite Block LLC authorizing you, Mr. Mayor, to execute the MOU and directing staff to continue negotiating terms of an agreement that outlines the details of the development of the two properties.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion on the
variance out of
motion?
this.
No, because no names were mentioned in any motion. So you call the question, please.
Adrian? Yes.
Aaronson is absent. Burley,
Yes.
Held,
Yes.
Halenko,
Yes.
Incan,
Yes.
Mortensen.
Yes. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Melissa, Don, everyone involved, thank you so much. This is huge. Lena, thanks for your comments this evening too. I know you said, you know, this is an awesome night so far with getting amazing things done, so. And I don't think I can put off reading all of the old business any longer, so we're gonna move into agenda item number 3.
I think, though, you read the title on first reading, correct?
And there was no changes?
Then you're good. There's no changes to the title. But we didn't read tonight's ordinance by full title, so it'll change next time.
All right, good. So kick that can down the road and to the next one. So agenda item number 3 under old business this evening is a second reading of ordinance 23-09. This will continue our streak. I don't think there's any committees, Andy, sorry. Okay.
There we go. Yeah,
I'm sorry.
no worries. Thank you, Mayor and members of the council. Tonight, we have our second reading of ordinance 23-9. Just to provide a little bit of a background or summary of how we got here, we started with a planning commission work session, and this ordinance is to make some text amendments to chapter 180 of the UDC. And these amendments are really just administrative changes that will help facilitate the development application process. So again, it started with a planning commission work session in October, went to a council work session upon recommendation by the planning commission. We had first reading a couple weeks ago, and tonight we have second reading. And nothing has changed since the first reading, so staff and planning commission recommends that the town council approve ordinance 23-9. I do have the full ordinance title on the screen if that needs to be there. And I'm here for any questions if you have any.
I think people are reading along at home, so it's very nice of you to do that, Emily. I appreciate that. Any questions for Emily? Anyone wishing to make public comment on agenda item number 3? None in chambers and none online. I'll close public comment and back to council discussion. Nope, just 23-09. Move to approve ordinance 23-09.
Mr. Mayor, I move to approve ordinance 23-09.
Been moved to approve by Councilmember Held. Is there a second? Seconded by Councilmember Scripsack. Adrian, is there any discussion on the motion? Call the question, please.
Mortensen,
Yes.
Skrupcheck, Adrian,
Yes.
Aaronson is absent. Burley,
Yes.
Yes.
Halenko,
Yes.
Incan.
Yes. Thank you. Emily, thanks for your work on
Awesome,
this.
thank
Appreciate it.
you.
Well, I got left on my list.
We have.
No.
It's okay.
We are. Thank you all. Appreciate it. Have a great night. Nice work, team.
It's kind of like.
Sort of, right?